Welcome to the PokerStars Arena and a very special edition of the Sunday Million, the 17th anniversary of the flagship weekly MTT on Stars. A $7.5 million guarantee, $1 million guaranteed for the winner, 44 return for the final day from 39,500 entries. Playing down to a winner tonight, and we are cards up all of the way. Hello everyone, it is James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies!
And Fintan Hand.
Hello lads, an absolute pleasure to be here. How are you doing?
Fintan, thank you so much for being an 11th hour substitution. Thank you for stepping in for Nick Walsh, who couldn't be bothered to show up for work today. We're about to find out why. Our first feature table is headlined by Nick Walsh. Yes, our friend and colleague has made the final 44 of this huge Sunday Million anniversary. He's locked up the better part of $10,000 and is still in contention for that first prize of $1 million. Incredible stuff.
As the kids today
very
say,
reasonable
let
excuse.
us go.
Sorry, I was just going to say a very reasonable excuse not to show up for work, I would say.
And his gain is our gain because we got a Fintan hand. I love talking to the hand.
I almost did not show up when James Hartigan made an outrageously bad pun on Twitter, but I just about did it. So if you start them early, I'm just going to sit back, drink a cup of tea, and not even get involved.
The problem, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, the only problem with having Fintan with us this evening is that obviously you are going to be joining us on the podcast next week because we are going to be looking ahead to the Irish Open. And my only concern is that we're going to end up talking about all the stuff that I want to talk to you about next week. As we see Pop for Ick flop Broadway here against an
All
open-ended straight draw
represented
for the Grimble.
It's a board where you'd probably expect them to be betting big a lot of the time, as the Grimble's just not going to be able to fight back. But when you flop the nuts, I allow you to bet whatever size you want. Wow, they folded an open-ender. Spidey senses.
But yes, obviously we want to catch up with you over the course of the evening, Fintan, but mindful of the fact that we will go into detail, especially about what's happening in Dublin, when we talk to you on the podcast next week.
Is Jack 4 in those exact suits that we see being raised from first position? Is that the actual suits from the most notorious hand of the last 12 months? Because I feel like this player has made it to the final day of the Sunday Million and they're memeing about and they don't realize there's $1 million for first.
I don't think it's those exact suits, but I do think that the hand has become a meme, and that's why we see it under the gun raise with Jack 4 off, and a quick fold when someone with a legitimate hand re-raises.
I'll tell you what, guys. I wouldn't be able to tell you the exact suits. I know no one's going to believe me. I've never watched it. I've never watched the hand. I've read about
Look
it.
Look at the hipster.
I've heard about it.
Look at him. He's so involved in the poker world, and he's pretending he's never
seen
watched the biggest hand of all time. Come on.
I've never seen parts of it.
I don't understand how that's even possible. We've discussed this hand ad nauseum on the podcast. I mean, I can understand.
I bet you
by the
one
way,
week on the podcast, the notes were from James saying, make sure you've watched this hand. And Joe was like, yeah, no, I watched it all.
I completely understand not watching the literal days of content that have been produced discussing that hand, but the hand itself, in its kind of abbreviated form, I think is a must-watch. So we've got top two here against middle pair, and we have lost 4 players already today, including Random Chew. Next money jump is when we get down to 31. So everyone has locked up $9,639.
It's a big boy raise coming in on the King 8 tray flop. Paulinho with a hand that generally you wouldn't want to fold, but there's 40 left in the Sunday Million with $1 million for first, and that is a spicy raise.
Gets called by the Ace-8, and Paulinho drawing pretty thin now, less than 7% equity.
Nah, that's going to be a fold.
Yeah.
A little too big.
we have got a number of players who've made it to day 3 who satellited in for less than the $215 buy-in, and Crescit Uendo is one of those players. Got in via a $55 satellite. There are 3 players, Pop for Ick is one of them, who's at the feature table right now, who are in for just $11 and guaranteed the better part of 10 grand.
Before we went on air, you did mention that Nick hasn't got the largest of stacks, but given that there was close to 40,000 people in this tournament, he's not very far below average. Even looking at the table here, he covers a few people.
Not at all. I think he came into the day with around 17 big blinds. The average stack at the start of the day, 22 big blinds. So pretty shallow right now, and we do need to see some stack consolidation. Paulinho opening here with Kojak.
Yeah, pretty cool and worth mentioning again, if we have already, that everyone guaranteed around $10,000 right now. So this is all gravy. I don't care how many times you entered this thing. You're profitable.
That is true. And the other thing to highlight is that once we get to the final table, and I think Nick Walsh is going to have to take a race if he has any chance of making that final table. He's got 10s. Crescit Uendo with Ace Queen. I think we know where this one is going.
We did see Crescit Uendo open up the Jack 4. Just if we were worried he might make a tie fold at this stage, you know, I think it's safe to say he's going to be opening Ace Queen. Oh, wow.
Opens jams, and Nick calling it off. It's a race. 10s against Ace Queen. A race Nick needs to win.
Come on, buddy.
The flop. King high, but no ace, no queen. There we go. The set on the turn. All good. Nick doubles up and is now an above average stack. Average stack is 20 million. Nick's got 25 million. And the crowd has literally gone wild on both Twitch and on YouTube.
Have you
I would imagine
ever
that Nick is
seen a flip that good?
Nick is 100% spending $1 million now. It's impossible.
Yeah.
I doubled up first hand of the Sunday Million, and I'm just like, yeah, all right, we're going to be winning it this week. This is a very, very, very wide shove from the Grimble.
Down to 39 with Hard Bass cashing out in 40th place. A reminder, next money jump at 31. Nick currently 12th in chips. If you can make it to the top 7, that is a 6-figure score. Of course, up top, a 7-figure score, $1 million for the winner of this special edition, this 17th anniversary edition of the Sunday Million, which started on Sunday, played down to the final 44 last night, so a 3-day event. And they are going to play to a winner tonight.
And it looks like we've lost about 5 players so far. We're heading towards a 4K ladder.
It's a pretty
cool.
Interesting spot for Buckamaster, just because this tournament's obviously only been running for an orbit of poker, but Crescit has been involved in pretty much every pot so far. Now, the one time we saw the cards, Ace Queen was shown down, but Ace 10 would be pretty close. I think folding going to be fine, though. Nick must be getting close to his biggest ever score, is he? I'm not sure if he, because I know he plays
this
lots
will
of
100% be his biggest score, regardless of where he finishes. Stewie17, not anti-railing Nick, but says personally rooting for Dowcat from Canada, who satted in, and their biggest cash to date is $215. Dowcat is one of the players who's in for $11.
I'm anti-sweating Nick because I was told if he busted early, he'd come in here and I'd be off the hook for the night. But like, just, no, I'm joking, Nick. I'm joking if you're watching, Nick. I'm joking.
If Fintan were this deep, I would be rooting for Fintan. If Spraggy were this deep, I would definitely be rooting for Spraggy. Nick, no offense to Nick, is such an underdog here that I got a little extra. You know, he hasn't really played on this stage before, hasn't played for this kind of money that often in his career. And he's also just such a supportive member of the community in general, like is everyone's champion. So I kind of feel a little extra emotional about Nick being this deep.
I have to ask you a false hypothetical. If Fintan, Nick, and Spraggy were all this deep, who would you be rooting for?
Nick's your boy. You work with Nick all the time. We won't take it personally, Joe.
I would have to root for the person who needs the money the most, so Fintan.
So we've
I've
got
been buying
two
all Joe's action
spraggies,
for the last 2 years. That's the only reason why.
two ace-7 offs for Paulinho and for Pantapka.
Just-
And one of the ace-7s is all in. Down to 38 now, who went out in 39th. To Cheto 885 from Brazil. So, Festivus, just over 10 big blinds. Do you call it off here, Fintan, with Queen Jack suited? No, Festivus doesn't.
If we weren't so deep in the Sunday Million, probably flick in the call, but given the situation, given the big numbers available up top in this tournament, I probably would reluctantly fold, but I never happily fold Queen Jack diamonds. I'm always feeling a little bit sad.
Yeah, I mean, not just the up top money, but again, you outlast a few more people in this relatively short stack tournament, and you're almost increasing your cash by like 50%.
Would you call off Pocket Kings there, Joe? You'd probably be waiting for the aces, would you? Let's be real here.
I thought you were going to ask me about Queen Jack. Yeah, I'm folding Queen Jack. Kings is it's like that meme where the guy has like the 2 buttons and he's sweating. That's definitely me in that situation.
Paulinho chipping up to 20 million. Well, we've got King Queen suited, we've got Ace Jack, and for the Grimble, we've got the Snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
Poker Master all in with Ace Jack.
What if Nick
And-
wins $1 million today? What the heck?
We agreed 10%, right? Is that what we talked about in Paris? So the Grimble, I'm guessing
Don't
if
think we
the
can
Grimble
fold.
gets involved, Festivus can just get out of the way with the King Queen of Strawberries.
I believe that pocket eights are the hottest hand in poker. I think it's changing. I think nines are dying.
Okay, well, the Grimble is all in, and the Jack on the turn. Poker Master gets the double up, and the Grimble is left super short. Ugh.
Grumble for Grimble.
You gotta win flips to win poker tournaments.
What
I
a nice
don't
start
watch
to
a
the
lot of
tournament
this.
for Nick, eh? Unbelievable. Just unbelievable.
Yeah, really great. I mean, not just a great start, but a not end. I mean, that could have been it right there.
Yeah, yeah. Flipperments, says the Grimble. Unlucky mate, responds Nicholas Walsh. And the Grimble now with the Spraggy, ace-7 offsuit.
Poor
And
Benjamin.
by the way, there is a lesson. 2 lessons to be learned here. One, don't play ace-7 offsuit. I mean, when you're that short, you kind of have to, but in Spraggy's situation, he didn't need to. Cheers, bud. Good luck all, says the Grimble, already resigned to their fate. As pop
for Ick.
for Ick.
It's obviously very few chips, but it is getting up towards half of their stack.
Yeah.
Not sure.
Yeah.
I'm honestly not sure. This is not, look, I've never gone this deep in a tournament with 40,000 people. So I think it's quite unique in that sense of how rapidly the pay jumps are going to increase and how quickly people are going to get knocked out. Because if you're playing a larger buy-in where, you know, there's not maybe equally as much money up top, but there's a lot of money up top, it's a slower grind up the pay ladder. People aren't busting at such a quick pace, and
Well,
I'm not sure. These
this
decisions are just tough.
is an interesting situation. King Queen suited for Nick here in the cutoff, and pop for Ick, who's got fewer than 10 bigs, with 7s on the button.
Pop for flip.
Yeah, I don't see any world in which we're not going to see an all-in, and obviously Nick opening the cutoff isn't going to be able to fold this. King Queen suited a powerhouse in this situation.
So the blinds can get out of the way. Action will be back on Nick, who will probably take this race. He will not be at risk here, but will be looking to connect. Spades, king, queen, Broadway cards. Pop for it, needs sevens to hold to survive. Here we go. Well, there's a king. Straight draw now for Pop for Egg. And he nails it!
God.
Drills it on the river.
Nasty.
Hits the 6 to get the double up. Eek, says the Grimble. But Nick now has queens.
Nick's going to be all in 2 hands in a row because the Grimble's going to be shoving.
Oh, boy.
The drama.
Okay. Reshove from Nick, which will get rid of the ace-10. Will get rid of all these garbage hands behind. And Nick looking for queens to hold. The Grimble, who is the at-risk player, I guess their best hope is a king. Well.
Oh
And there's a king on the
What a
flop.
disaster.
And the jack for good measure. And so Nick loses 2 in a row and is back down to 11 million.
Oof, that is
Wow.
heartbreaking. That is just nightmare scenario
So-
back-to-back hands.
The emotional roller coaster here, just to be serious about this for a second, Fintan, you get off to a strong start, you win that flip, you're pretty much in the top 10. You lose those 2 hands in a row. You lose a flip, you lose a hand where you're a decent favourite. You've got to just stay focused. You can't let it get to you. But it's hard.
Oh, it's very tough. I mean, Nick would have preferred the uneventful start to the day and have around the same stack as he has now anyway, because I believe he had around 12 million chips.
He
But
did, yeah.
the getting the opportunity, getting it all in twice, tough to swallow.
And it is always coming 7 for Pan Tapka, who gets the double up through Boker Master. And the Grimble apologising to Nick for winning with King Jack against Queens. I mean, the comment I was about to make of learning the lessons from Spraggy may no longer be relevant. It was going to be that, Nick, if you do cash for the million, please don't start firing off 100k bullets and super high rollers. Please don't go up in stakes in spin and goes. Just bankroll management. Spraggy is still paying off that debt.
Little bit speechless after Nick just getting the back-to-back sucker punches.
Yeah,
I'm a little dejected.
that is hard. Now has the sailboats.
Oh, no. Forrest, gross puke.
What do you do here? I mean, that's assuming everyone else folds, right? What do you do in the big blind here with 4s against an under-the-gun open? You started the hand with 11 big blinds.
You pray someone else re-raises here.
I reckon Nick will be pretty happy seeing a flop. Little opportunity to flop a set. Nick's used to playing low stacks of his spin and go background, so I think he'll be pretty comfortable here. I'd be shocked to see a shove. I think most likely going to be seeing a call. People in the chat, of course, suggesting send it because it will work and there'll be a fold.
And we
Are
see
you
an
saying
ace
that
folded and
people
2 9s folded?
are influenced by the other players' cards that they can see, Fintan?
Here's the problem, though.
I
What
think
flops are you going to
maybe.
like with 4s?
4-4-2.
Unfortunately, King 8-5, the continuation bet from Pop for Eck. Nick forced to fold, now playing 9 big blinds. We did a short while ago go to the 500,000, 1 million blind level. Blinds currently going up every 15 minutes. They will slow down when we get down to the final 18 players. At that point, we'll be playing 20-minute blinds until the conclusion of the tournament.
I always feel like it's a good indication that you're absolutely flying in a tournament if you've got 1 million chips. But playing the big blind 1 million is just a level that I don't even know if I've ever got to in my life.
So Esend, watching on Twitch, says it's pronounced Pop Chick, I believe. In what world is the number 4 a substitute for the letter C? H.
Pop ache? Pop sick, even?
I mean, I could just about justify the 4 being an H, even though traditionally a 4 is an A. Pop hick?
pop for ICK.
The Grimble with 8-6 of hearts. And now we see a raise from one of our qualifiers, Crescent Uendo, opening here with 8-4 off.
Wow.
Maybe the Jack 4 off wasn't a meme, just this player has a rule that if it's folded to them, they will raise. It doesn't matter what 2 cards they have.
And so under the gun counts as being folded to, I guess.
If you're if you have the action's on you and there's been no raise.
Okay, top pair for Pokermaster. Wow, we just saw a couple of quick eliminations from the other tables, and we are down to 31 now. That means a ladder. That means everyone has now locked up $13,437 as we see Pokermaster now improve to the nut flush draw in addition to having the pair of kings. And yeah, 13.5 grand near enough for all the players remaining. Next money jump at 23.
Bless it, Crescent. Come on.
I mean, this is bold. Oh, the 10 on the river. Saved. Saved by the chop.
What? Oh my God! I might actually give up this pot and I'll have to show down 8-4.
Wow. Well, guys, that was a chop pot, and you know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Tried.
Guys,
Tried.
it's been
it
a
was
while,
gonna be
right?
bad anyway.
It's been so long since we've had to cope with the latency, the unique problems that the PokerStars Arena brings. I mean, you know, we've spent an entire year now sitting next to each other, actually, you know, working in the same room.
To be fair, when we are working in the same room, which we did at the PSPC, I also absolutely bottled it. I've never delivered it more than a 2 out of 10 performance when it comes to that. I don't know if you heard the little cough beforehand. I tried to warm up my vocal cords, and I told you I was going for dinner. I was actually downstairs just eating a pot of honey because I was like, I need to get ready for the chop pot zone. And I just got it completely wrong.
You ballsed it up, hand.
Like I said, it was going to be bad anyway. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
People legitimately think when I tell them my name's Fintan Hand and I play poker that it's a stage name, by the way. So I'm used to all these little shots.
Yeah, because they can't possibly believe that someone is actually called Fintan.
I mean,
ridiculous
your
name.
life must have been a nightmare with hand puns before poker, even.
The thing about it was, they weren't ever original. From the age of about 6, you know, there's only so often as someone that can shout out job at the end of your name being called in class and people get the laughs, and there wasn't too much original stuff, so I didn't mind.
You know, the hand for hand job.
A lot of people in school used to just call me Foot. Like, that was what I'd just be called.
Sorry, what?
They would just call me Foot.
Oh, Foot. Yeah, right. Very clever. Hilarious.
So funny.
That's what they would call me. Staple toe, staple head, staple face. I'm like, awesome. Very funny.
Are
really
we
clever
going to
stuff.
see a race here between these not insignificant stacks?
I don't know what they're going to do, but it's not the most enjoyable of spots with 31 players left with $1 million for first.
Boca Master, ace 4.
Not surprised, even though this is quite wide. Paulinho is An aggressive regular of the game would be very aware at this point that people have one eye on the pay jumps. A lot of these players, as always, would not have played for this amount of money and trying to take advantage of that. We haven't seen too.
The next pay jump, just so everyone is aware, is not for a while. I mean, another 7 eliminations, 23 we need to get to. But that pay jump is worth more than $5,000.
Ooh, baby.
What a baller.
Do we have a good meme for the aces? I feel like you've got loads of memes, but I'm not. Is there one for the aces? I feel like there should be.
Traditionally, it was American Airlines. But then we got worried about being sued, so we dropped it.
I like the ones.
Yeah, maybe something about ones, because all the other stuff for aces is all kind of violent.
It's true, actually.
Given what we've seen so far from Cresset, now J-Bala would not have the information we do, but I would have.
Yes.
I would have loved the limp. I would.
Yes.
I would have. Now, is it because I can see Jack Deuce off? Maybe, possibly influence, but Cresset has been going bananas. Give them a chance. 17 big blinds. You can get it in.
I would say, I know you can't pay attention to every hand at the table, but Jay Baller would have seen that hand that ended in a chop. That went to showdown and would have seen how Cresset was a little bit out of line.
Yeah. That hand alone, for me, would be enough to just want to limp aces there. In general, I think, less than 20 big blinds, blind versus blind.
Tell you what,
Reasonable.
Joe, I'm really glad we've got someone watching on YouTube who's solving all of the problems of getting online poker licensed in America.
Yeah, unfortunately, I guess PokerStars has just dropped the ball for the last 12 years. Just haven't quite figured out.
I love that. Sports gambling legal now would be easy to add on poker. Clearly has never dealt with any regulator or legislator in the United States of America.
I mean, just look at this screen name. They're not a bright person.
I reckon if we get Joe Stapleton in front of Congress, we'd have poker legal in America.
Then what little business we have there would close immediately. Thank you for your comment.
I've always wanted to know what the inside of Guantanamo looks like.
We don't get Joe Stapleton in front of Congress. We get Joe Stapleton elected to Congress.
Oh, man.
I love this comment on Twitch from Incaz. I played against Cresset Uendo in the first levels of the Sunday Million. Lag maniac.
I'm glad one made it through.
Sorry, a comment has actually made me laugh on Twitch. That is so rare that you get a laugh from me from a Twitch message. But I guess this is an aggressive raise. Man, Crescent for the win, by the way. Imagine $1 million on the final table and this guy putting you to the pressure.
I know. I know.
AG.
Lag maniac.
I have to read the message that made me laugh because it just says waterboarding at Guantanamo Bay sounds awesome if you don't know what either of those things are, and it actually does. Like, it sounds like it would be it sounds like it would be so much fun. And if someone asked you, "Do you want to go and do it?" and you didn't know what they wore, you would 100% be up for it.
That's funny. That is a good comment.
The Grimble. Okay, sevens.
Grimble sounds like some kind of English fairy tale, something that comes and steals your teeth on Christmas if you're a bad child or something.
Just open jams with the sevens. And blinds are about to go up. I think next hand Yep, here we go. 600,000, 1.2 million. Pressure on the short stacks, including Nick, who will be watching the number of entries, will be watching the rate of eliminations, and at the very least, we'll be trying to get that pay jump, which occurs when we get down to 23 players.
I haven't angered either of you about a movie in a while. You know, in Inception,
I'm aware of
what
the
is
film.
the little thing that they spin? What's that called?
The totem. Totem.
It could have been the Grimble, right? Like the Grimble could. That's for some reason that fits with me. You know, like the little Grimble.
Remember when, at the end of the movie when Leonardo DiCaprio spins his Grimble?
I feel like it works. To be honest, I feel like we should get whoever's in charge of the dictionary. We need to get onto them, and we need to change that word to the Grimble because it sounds so much better.
Dear Mr. Nolan, I know that this film was released 13 years ago, but can you retrospectively change?
Imagine if that was. Oh, sorry. Let me just let you guys come down to poker. I've lost it tonight.
Wow. Wow. The rest went in quick.
Oh.
King on the river for two pair.
Grimble.
The
The Grimble is
Another
spinning.
king.
The Grimble is spinning.
And now the Grimble's
Spinning
got
it up.
kings. Boca Master with sevens.
There you have it.
I mean,
Never stop spinning. It never stops spinning.
the Grimble at one point was down to 2 million, I want to say.
And here we go.
Oh, wow.
Grimble is about to knock out Boca Master.
Boca Master is about to get Grimbled. We had a player balanced off the table, by the way. We are down now to 27. We are getting closer to that next payout jump. Could get another elimination here if kings hold against sevens. And kings hold. Boca Master KO'd. Another one for the Grimble, who's now got 30 million. The Grimble, now a top 10 stack.
Been running pretty hot ever since Nick wrote Unlucky, mate.
What a run, says Nick now.
I'm going to be all in again.
Wait, Crescent said, thanks, mate. Thinking Nick was complimenting him.
No. The Grimble's saying better lucky than good. Could KO a player here if they decide to take this race, which they do. Pantapka at risk, but hits an ace and a jack. Is the 6 coming? Yes, it is!
Oh, it is!
A set of
Holy
6s for the
Lord.
Grimble and another KO. Appropriate reaction. Appropriate reaction.
F off.
Oh, amazing.
Oh, fantastic.
This is unreal. By the way, if you ever want to have this kind of run, it is in a tournament that has $1 million first prize. Ship the million, says the Grimble. Calm down. Avoid a drink.
So we're 2 away from another jump, too, now.
Oh, dearie me. We actually might see another massive all-in with the Grimble being miles in front.
No.
But imagine raise all-in, potentially 50 million chip stack.
The Grimble currently 9th in chips. Jay
goes for the
Baller does
shove.
not call it off with the King Queen.
I can understand your adrenaline and, like, you're just winning these all-ins and not really wanting to play post-flop. I can understand just jamming ace-king there.
Oh, open jams ace-10. Might get called by ace-queen here.
Uh-oh. Ace-queen suited. 20 million. It's like a decent stack, right? That's, well, it's not that decent, I guess. 20
No.
bigs. You got to do it.
Fewer
I
than 20 big
reckon
blinds.
Under 20.
Especially when you've seen them shove the last hand, I don't think you're going to be folding ace-queen suited. It's actually not a spot that you're probably buzzing about, but I think ace-queen suited is just going to be a little too strong.
And just has to fade a 10. And that is going to be a double up, a big double up for Paulinho, who's now got 45 million. The Grimble back down to 20 million. Average stack right now, 31 million with 25 remaining. And the money jump when we get to 23. Wow, this has been an exciting orbit.
Poor Grimble. All that excitement now, you just feel terrible after giving up 20 million right there.
It's a little bit different, I feel, than when Nick was up and then quickly down, because the Grimble at one point did have maybe 2.5 big blinds, and they're still sitting there with almost 20, right? So they can probably have a positive outlook. They got a little bit excited. They thought they were winning the millie. They thought they just had God mode on and they had to shove every hand and stars to take care of the rest. But they've been humbled a little bit. So maybe I'll bring them back down to earth and it'll be good. A few people were asking in the chat, what did I make of Nick folding the pocket trays? I think it was really, really close. Playing 5-handed, I personally would have shoved. But what I do know, and Nick would be better at this than me, is when you get into these very ICM heavy spots where there's huge pay jumps.
Yeah, we're on the jump, by the way. We're now on the money jump. 24 remaining.
Okay.
And so next player out cashes for 13.5. And then you've locked up 18.7. So this is... Things might slow down here. If the players are aware of the money jumps, which they should be, and are watching the lobby, watching the other tables, things might slow down. Nick is not the shortest stack, by the way. There is a player called Grand Poker 11 who has 1.8 million, but Nick is the second shortest stack of the 24 players remaining.
When you consider the pay jump that we are on, and the fact that Crescent is under the gun, I probably would not want to be putting that many chips in with King and off, but I will tell you that we...
How much time bank do you use here? Answer, all of it.
I mean, we can see that he probably isn't going to get a call, but he doesn't know that.
I would bet a lot of money from what we have seen so far from Crescent. When someone puts in 4 big blinds, you would have to cut his arms off to stop him from clicking call with 10-9 suited.
Well, we've seen definitely a lot of raises from Crescent. I don't know about calling it off for Nick's sake.
Okay, virtual all-in from Nick, 4.8 million, leaving himself just over 350k behind.
Mascosa says just raise now and time bank later. I guess that's kind of the move, right? Like if Crescent shoves on you, then you time bank. Fintan, by the way, I agree with you. If Crescent had like any sort of reasonable stack that they could like just see a flop here, yeah.
What?
Oh no, but this could be a disaster. This is way worse.
What does Nick
Ace
do
Jack
here?
for J-Ball. Ace-8 for Nick, button versus big blind. Yeah.
Because you kind of assume it's going to go, oh, hang on a second, we've got this might save him. Suffering, who has come to the table. Suffering 102, playing from Brazil, started today second in chips, currently has over 50 million, is a mid-stakes reg, who has about 250k in total PokerStars earnings. They have complicated things by opening here with Jack 10, folding out the Ace Jack.
Weird.
$5,000 pay jump is a lot of money to people. Like, it's a huge amount.
For sure.
What are you going to do, Nicholas?
I would again want to call.
So I don't have to guess.
Folds. And now has Ace-6 in the small blind. Yeah, the pay jump worth more than $5,000. And we are on that jump right here, right now.
It's obviously a massive pay jump, and when you're incredibly short stacks, you do have to consider it. But there's also $1 million for first. And I don't want to go blinding myself out in a spot where a chip leader is going to be opening super wide. Now, again, Nick is probably better and more well-versed than me in ICM.
Oh, yeah, Crescent.
Oh!
Crescent.
Crescent,
Nick, have you been paying attention to Crescent? Have you been watching Crescent?
Lag maniac.
This guy is a ripper. Lol, says Farside Chicken.
Folds the ace-6 and Courier 17 folds the 4-3, and on we play. Final 3 tables in the Sunday Million Anniversary, a tournament that started with 39,500 players, 24 remaining, and there is a money jump when we get to 23. Paulinho opening with ace, king of clubs.
I don't know about you guys, but if I'm Nick and I somehow find the call there with ace-6 and I see 7-9, I'm still not really happy.
No.
It is the problem with a6. Not going to get it in all that good most of the time. Maybe against Crescent, there's a few more hands you get in good against because he's probably shoving some like jack-6 and queen-6 that they shouldn't be from what I've seen so far.
Yeah.
Mr. Super Tash in the chat says, I just joined. Nick Walsh is up here in the final 3 tables. He is indeed playing for $1 million and at this moment in time is on a direct pay jump.
And that's why the action has slowed down a little bit. I think all remaining players very conscious of that money jump. And we still have a player with a shorter stack than Nick. We have got a player who's got, he's just doubled. Grand Poker 11 was down to 1.2 million, was down to a single big blind, and has just had a triple up to 4 million, but still is shorter than Nick.
Do you want to know what I think is the most impressive thing about the career of the two of you when I think about it? We are watching this all cards up and it slowed down a little bit, but the first ever broadcast I done and hundreds of broadcasts you did used to be cards down on the bubble and you wouldn't have access and you would just have to kill so much time. And I think it's incredible.
I will say,
I really think it's incredible.
All I will say is cards down live poker is just about broadcastable. But having done WCoop 2008 live and cards down, I can tell you that online poker without whole cards is practically unwatchable.
That's fair.
There's
That's
not
fair.
a lot to riff on.
Just like, I guess, when you're like, it would be almost like doing a podcast.
I mean, you just end up
on the
not talking
side,
about
right?
the poker. You basically just talk
Yeah,
about
yeah,
whatever while there's action going on in the background.
Until there's a
So
showdown,
Nick
yeah.
has got the Spraggy here, which would be racing against the Grimble 6s.
I wouldn't mess with the Grimble. Aces, kings, ace, king suited. They'd all go in the bin for me personally.
Running hot, spiking that 6.
Do not mess with the Grimble.
Well, this is
Oh.
a crescent hand.
By the way, one of the other things I should say about those old WCoop streams from 2008, where cards down, live, would often have the company of some of the stars pros from the day, the Greg Ramers and Barry Greensteins of this world, but they were under strict instructions. They couldn't do any analysis or anything that might influence the game because, of course, it was live, and the players watching the stream who are actually playing the game could be watching, and it could be conceived or perceived as ghosting.
Well, I mean, that does make sense.
So no poker strategy, no cards.
No, correct?
They'd be like, hey, Greg, how you kids doing? They still playing hockey?
And the final, the final insult is, this is back, I think, before most WCoop events were like 2-dayers or 3-dayers. So all of these final tables would play at like 3 in the morning UK time.
And another
I
one
mean,
for Crescent.
If I look back in my career, Fintan, I've had some pretty bad gigs. That one's in the top 5. That one's in the top 5.
Oh man. I done 1 hour of cards down in Barcelona and I felt like I was going to have a panic attack.
I kind of miss it a little bit for live poker. I miss being able to go out on tangents and running competitions and you know, and doing all the stuff that we used to do to sort of fill the time. But obviously, it's much better this way. Wow, got the fold from ace-10 despite being a complete blaster.
Blinds up. 800,000, 1.6 million. Still at 15-minute blinds right now. Nick, the second shortest stack. Grand Poker 11 from Germany, playing 2.9 million at one of the other tables. Okay, similar situation to the ace-jack, right? Under the gun, you know you're going to go with it. Running out of time bank, makes the committing raise.
And some chat going on between Grimble and Crescent. Grimble saying, you wouldn't believe the day I've had today, not even poker related. How could it be more interesting than this? Now I'm curious.
I said some pretty
I
strong
need to
words about
know. 8-7 suited.
Wow.
Folds.
My
Okay,
reads on Cress are so bad, by the way. Terrible.
Nick hovering around the 9 million mark, and Nick now no longer the second shortest stack. We got Pop on 6.9 million, Dowcat on 8.9 million, and Nick sitting on 9.
Fintan, I know at this point you're way too good of a poker player to like get into the mind of someone like Crescent, but I'm on that same level. I can predict other unpredictable people.
I played a cash game with...
The Grimble tell you at the final table, so we will find out what kind of day the Grimble has had and what the Grimble's been dealing with when we get to the final table, assuming the Grimble makes it to the final table. Crescent real good.
Crescent knows how to press it.
I played a cash game with some friends on Friday evening. Some of them quite good at poker, some of them quite recreational. It's the first time that I'd ever kind of sat down and played with my friends, but I was by far and away the biggest loser. And all they kept saying to me was like, you just don't understand how to think like us, and this is why you'll never beat us. And I was just like, I never get tilted in poker, but when they were saying it, I was like angry, like actually mad. And then I tried harder and I lost even more, so it went very well for me.
Fintan, they always have it in those games. Like, there's no like, oh, I only have to be right here like 1 out of every 25 times. It's like it's a like 1/16th pop bet. They just always have you beat. Like, just fold.
Yeah, that's the thing. You only have to be right one time in 16. The reality is you're never going to be good at that situation.
0 out of 16. Yeah.
Yeah. So RFN, who has more than 100 million. RFN, playing from Brazil, is the current chip leader. Does not win this hand, though. Still at 24. I mean, when you think about how quickly we got down from 44 to 24, 20 eliminations pretty quickly today. And we've been at 24 for what feels like 10 minutes now.
This could potentially be the hand. If Jay Baller decides to pull the trigger, we know Crescent isn't likely to fold ace-jack, but my reads for what Crescent will call have been terrible. We know that they open everything that's folded to them. Otherwise, it's tough.
Ace-5 suited.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
And thinking about it.
That's the greatest graphic I've ever seen on a poker stream, by the way. What's that game that I believe I've seen you and Sprague playing where you're in the kitchen together and it's absolute mayhem?
Overcooked.
What is that game? Overcooked. That felt like a mini little episode of Overcooked.
It does look like Overcooked, actually. Yeah. I mean, you have it. You basically described it. You're just making burgers in a very chaotic kitchen.
Oh, the suffering.
Oh boy, here we go.
Well, hang on. You've got to call it all off here with ace-jack offsuit. when there are all these shorter stacks, you're on a money jump in an MTT with a $1 million first prize. Yeah, I think you have to fold.
Oh, it's so painful. So painful to fold there,
move.
knowing that you're getting messed around with.
Seems like Suffering's been paying attention. James, were you on that really famous Cards Down broadcast where Lee Jones sent pizzas to somebody's house?
No, I think that was even before my time. I know that was in the very, very early days of PokerStars. But
Wait, hold on. What do you mean he sent pizzas? Like, was it someone doing the commentary sent up there or someone playing?
no, back in the
Who
day,
knows?
Lee Jones was the poker room manager. And so Lee, I think they obviously got the kind of details of all the players, like their addresses, and they found local pizza shops near them and had pizzas delivered. But what I will say is, going back to WCOOP 2008, that's when you would have like either Lee or a member of Team Pro would be like the guest host of the tournament, and if there was a deal negotiation,
Oh boy.
they would come in and broker it. As we see Nick Walsh with kings, the Grimble with ace 10.
Man, one overcard's all Grimble needed before. Ten bigs, ace 10 off.
The Grimble lets it go.
Folds!
And the good news for Nick is, I'm not sure I don't know, the chip leader's got ace 8 in the big blind. Maybe RFN does give Nick action here.
I think with 4 big blinds getting shoved, even though Nick's not going to be incredibly wide with the pay jump, RFN's sitting on over 100 million chips in a big blind.
Sorry, Fintan. We've got action at one of the other tables. So Nick here with kings under the gun. Meanwhile, Grand Poker 11 over at the other table is all in with ace king. So Nick has made the virtual all in with kings. The question is whether RFM, the chip leader with ace 8, takes him on. Meanwhile, look at this.
Oh.
Dark Lord Nick's getting involved with King Jack, but Grand Poker has the dominating hand. Nick is going to be all in with kings here against ace 8.
So what happens if they both go out?
It's done on time. It's who goes out first.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Okay,
they're
well,
calling the big blinds. Terrible for Nick.
So Grand Poker 11 at risk. Nick's king's holding here. Nick's king's looking good. Nick gets the double up. So Nick's good.
oh man.
Let's just see what happens at the other table. It's now a pair of jacks for Dark Lord Nick's. Domination rotation in Nick's favor, and not looking good for Grand Poker 11, who has got the diamond draw, has got the flush draw.
I mean, I think that was smart of Nick to save his last 18 seconds of time bank, because this hand wouldn't have ended. There it
There we
goes.
go. Grand Poker 11 busts in 24th. Back to the feature table, back to Nick Walsh's table, and the money jump has been achieved. Nick has guaranteed himself now $18,700. Jay Baller all in with artisanal sourdough.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Artisanal.
And dominated by Crescent Uendo with ace king. And wheel
Ooh.
turns the wheel, gets the double up. Domination rotation in spectacular style, and now has the ladles, or as Fintan likes to call them, the jam jars.
The jam jars are going to be getting some action from the Grimble.
Oh yeah, the Grimble's got 9s.
This is actually the Joe and James, my babies.
Nick
The JS,
apologising.
the JH.
I don't know if you noticed there, guys, but yes, it's the James and Joe. That's a very lucky hand. Nick apologising to the table for taking his time there with the kings, explaining he wasn't slow rolling. It was all about what was going on at the other table. I'm sure the rest of the guys understand.
This could be it for Grimble.
Huge pot. There's only
You can't
one
beat
nine
the
left.
James and Joe. You can't beat JSJH. Sorry, Grimble. It's not happening. I'm so sorry. What a roller coaster ride for the Grimble, though, who eventually goes out in 22nd place, cashing for 18.7. So now we have to look at when the next money jump is. And I can tell you it's
So
when we
someone
get
on
to
Twitch
17.
By the way, had said that Grimble's average buy-in something like $1.10. So that's pretty cool. That's
The
really
Grimble-
awesome
Pretty cool.
score.
The Grimble was one of our $11 qualifiers, by the way. So just to clarify, the Grimble in the Sunday Million anniversary for $11, cashing out for nearly 19K.
Yeah.
I think the coolest
That's
thing
dope.
that happened there is to finally answer the question one way or another is, did the Grimble stop spinning? And we know it did. No one ever knew.
Somebody tell Christopher Nolan. So we've just gone across to the other table where we have Vlad Dari in action here with Queen 10 against Death Beats Ace Jack. And Ace High still the best hand as we see the 4 of clubs pair the board on the turn. And that's a good point from Marcus. We will never hear the Grimble story. We'll never know about the Grimble's day. Not getting the Grimble on the podcast. Sorry. If the Grimble wants to apply for Superfan versus Stapes, I'll consider it. So we have hit the break. A pretty dramatic, sometimes tense, and a little bit emotional, the last 60 minutes of poker, which has taken us down from 44 to 20. Nick Walsh still in contention, 18th in chips overall. The chip leader as we go into the first break of the day is the very accomplished Romanian pro Vlad Dari, aka Dari Poker. So 20 remaining, all guaranteed $18,700 and back to the tables inside of 5 minutes. And again, just to highlight, Fintan, obviously normally I'd be wanting to catch up with you about a bunch of things. Definitely be wanting to look ahead to what's happening in Dublin with the Irish Open, but we are going to talk about that on the podcast. So let's instead look backwards rather than forwards, and let's look back at what's been happening over the last few weeks. Obviously, we saw you with your partner and your child in the Bahamas. Can I just say, that is very brave to do that trip with a small child. Did it work out from your point of view?
No. Just to be honest. Just to be completely honest, I felt it was neither a family holiday where I fully committed to being on a break, and it also wasn't a poker trip where I could disappear late into the evening every single night, because at the time our child was 6 months old, and it was a little bit unfair to leave all the responsibility with H. But luckily for us, we flew out, I think, 3 days early, and I had food poisoning the whole time. So the only time I promised H that we would spend together didn't happen. But I did have some fun playing the poker tournaments, and we did have some nice times. It just felt it was tricky to balance, and I was a little bit naive. Ignorance is often bliss for me, but this is where I got a little bit humbled, and it's not something that I'll be looking to do again in the same way.
Fintan, I know you referred to your partner as H, but you also needed quite a bit of preparation, H. If I remember correctly, you had a bit of a stomach issue for most of that trip, to the point where you had to leave a stack in a tournament.
That was heartbreaking. On day 2 of the 1K, I was feeling quite dicey, and I had 100 big blinds, and I just sat there and knew I wasn't going to be able to make it. And for the course of maybe 6 hours, I would go up to the room, sit down for an hour, try and make it through a couple of hands, and then I was just going to blind out. But I started to feel a little bit better and went down, bluffed it all off. In the first hand that I sat down, and it shows that I was actually better off up in a hotel room, not touching my chips. I would have made it in for a min cash because I had enough, but hey, you live and you learn. It happens. I've only had food poisoning twice in my life. The other time was when we were we were doing coverage of EPT Sochi, and it wasn't because I am unable to pronounce a single Russian name that I didn't show up for one day, but I actually I couldn't make it then either. Honestly, people love to get in my comments on social media and like criticize me when I can't pronounce like a Russian name or a Spanish name, and like I can't even pronounce the TH sound, and people are coming at me for not being able to pronounce a Russian name. And there's no one better than you guys at pronouncing the names, and I think it's fantastic. But the Sashi was always so tough, I found anyway.
As I always say,
sorry, but you
Vincent,
said look, go back, and I've gone way back.
No, this is good. This is good. But say it quickly and say it with confidence is my tip when you're unsure how to say a name. But look, okay, so the Bahamas, I get it. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but I can see how the experiment didn't necessarily work out. After coming back from the Bahamas, have you been anywhere since, or have you been at home the whole time?
We've been traveling a little bit. I've been going over just to the UK. I'm going over again this weekend, and like bringing a child on a trip where you're on a plane for 90 minutes, I think is fine. Some people on the plane
agreed.
don't particularly enjoy your company if there's some screeches, but I think it's fine. The long trip, we were lucky that my child's name is Odette, that she actually didn't make any fuss on either way on the flight, except for like 10 minutes on takeoff, so it was great. But there was also a kid right beside us that was screaming the whole time, so we looked like the good guys. And I can understand if you're on a long haul flight why you wouldn't enjoy having someone else's kid there, never mind your own kid, because it can make for a treacherous experience for everybody involved.
I don't like it, but I'd never say anything to anybody. Parents are usually mortified, right? But my issue is usually when the kid's like 4 or 5 years old and is freaking out. That's a little bit, a little bit more the parent's fault, I think. But if it's a newborn, what are you going to do?
I don't discriminate by age. I hate all other passengers. And recently, I know, obviously, Joe and I got to go to Vegas. It was a direct flight to Vegas, and I've forgotten how many children there are on that flight, i.e. drunken adults. Joe, you get a break, my friend. Fintan and I are continuing to watch the action on day 3, the final day of the Sunday Million 17th anniversary. A $7.5 million guaranteed event, but with 39,500 entries, total prize pool of $7.9 million. A lot of that prize money still in play, including the $1 million top prize, and Nick Walsh still in contention and still headlining our feature table as we come back from break.
I'm going to be all in on the very first hand, shoving blind versus blinds. Whoa, I would probably fold king 4 at this stage. What an exciting couple of hours for Nick. Sorry, James.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And look, I'm saying that we're actually not that far, Fintan, from the next money jump. Make it to 17th place, survive 3 more players, and you're now talking about 26 grand.
Is this your first public appearance since you were named the greatest broadcaster of all time officially?
I don't know about first public appearance because I was actually at a live event when that was announced, so that was kind of in public. We've done the podcast since. It's the first stream since winning the ridiculous award. King on the turn, and that is going to seal the fate of Coria. Paulinho claiming the chips, claiming a scalp, down to 19 players. Yes, it was Tom, our supermod, highlighting that it has been a while since Joe Stapleton has had some sausage. Luckily, the hot dog stands at the PokerStars Arena back open for business tonight.
Oof. It looks easy to call when we can see the cards, but I think Nick is probably going to have to fold here. Very reluctantly. Crescent is the one player that I might want to call, as Paulinho. Probably a few too many chips of 5s as well. But anyway, I did want to say, we have an all-in. Crescent at risk.
Do indeed.
I'm probably out.
And Crescent is busto. King 10 holds. The Maniac lag is gone. And we're down to 18. We're on another money jump. Feels like we're on a money jump like 5 minutes ago, and now there's another one.
Just wanted to say congratulations, and what you said to me
Vincent.
off air about how you want everyone to only refer to you as the GOAT from now on. I will try and get that going in the Twitch chat. I'll do my best. That's what he doesn't want to be, James the GOAT. He just wants to be the GOAT. Okay.
And I did say you have to bow in my presence from now on, Vincent. Absolutely, that's now a contractual.
Oh God.
So this is amazing. Great laddering for Nick, who now has ace queen.
Oh, this could be a big pot. Jay Balla has been a little... do you know what? Paulinho's been very aggressive. I'd be shocked to see them fold. Oh, we actually might see the all-in.
Hang on a second. We just had a player
Why are you
balanced.
stealing Nick's spot?
And yeah, I'm guessing we're at 3 tables of 6 right now. Of course, we won't break to 2 tables until we're down to 16 because we are playing 8 max in this event.
I would imagine very straightforward here for Mr. Walsh and or FN. Looks like they're going to be raising every single button, every single opportunity that they get, given that they've gone as wide as 8 deuce off.
I mean, would like to highlight that, you know, Nick at one point was down to 4 or 5 million, up to 18 million. I know it doesn't translate into a huge number of big blinds right now, but it's more than 10 bigs. The dream is still alive, and the average stack is still relatively shallow, 43 million, with 18 players remaining. Rippo watching on YouTube says, come on Nick, such a good guy, he deserves a big score. Agreed.
Hartigan once did a great Alan Carr impression I've seen in the chat. Do you pull out an impression from time to time?
From time to time, I don't remember doing Alan Carr, but I have been known to do impersonations. Some of them slightly better than others. Set of deuces for RFN. And that will take down the pot. So yes, now we're down to 18 players. Blind levels extend to 20 minutes. So we're on a 20-minute clock now for the rest of the tournament. So blinds now 1 million, 2 million. Arnie says, yeah, I met Nick at UK EPT in London last spring and he was great. Very friendly.
I'm looking forward to getting to a UK IPT event this year. It's been quite some time since I was at one, and it was the tour that I would say first made me fall in love with poker. I won't talk about it too much because it could be a podcast topic, and I don't want to give anything away. Hartigan can't believe that he has to talk to me twice in a week. He's like, usually he just sees me once every quarter, and he has to talk to me twice in a week. He can't believe it.
I love being in your company, Fintan. We don't get to talk enough. I don't get to see you enough.
Look.
How delighted was I when I saw you at that event at the Hippodrome? It was the better part of 2 years ago now, where I had no idea you were coming. I'm like, Fintan's here, and I was so delighted to see you.
You actually were. We had some good chats as well.
So, look at this. 4-bet shove from Suffering with artisanal sourdough.
It does seem like it's written into the software these days that if somebody gets re-raised and they're holding ace-5 suited, that it's illegal. It's against the rules. You'll be eliminated from the tournament if you don't shove all your chips in.
So ridiculous. Well, it worked.
An interesting spot by Paulinho to re-raise and then fold with ace-jack. It's the kind of hand that if I was going to re-raise and then fold, that I would just shove myself.
I mean, obviously I can see because we're now 8-handed again, but also I can see that we've ticked down to 16. Just like that, we got through another money jump. We are at 16 players. We are at 2 tables. Everyone now guaranteed $26,112. Next money jump is when we get down to 14. So here we go, 2 tables. Let's do this. And 7 eliminations. And we're at the final table. And Nick's got a huge hand here. Ace-King likes to take a race against the chip leader.
We've seen RF9 calling it off with King-10 suited. Obviously, Nick is raising from first position now, but I don't see a world in which the chip leader is going to be folding 9s here. Nick almost certainly going to be all in and at risk for his tournament life with 16 players left in the Sunday Million.
Broadway draw!
Jackpot!
No,
no.
Bricks the river, and the great run comes to an end. But what a result for Nick Walsh, especially when you consider how short he got early on. some incredible laddering, making it through those payout jumps, and Nick cashing out for his best ever online result. That finish worth $26,112.36, and our hearts.
Congratulations and commiserations, Nick. Obviously, an absolutely incredible return for $215. But I'll be honest, a little bit heartbreaking as well. Not to complain.
Again, especially when you look, and I know this is true of all poker tournaments, but it's bloody ridiculous. 39,500 players. You come 16th. You make the top 16 of that ridiculous number and you get 26 grand. You finish 15 spots better, $1 million.
The beauty and the pain of no limit hold'em poker tournaments, as we see Veso Bassa essentially forced all in and just flopping top 2 with the Queen 9 like it's nothing. Got to avoid the 10 and the Jack, and they do.
So, Veso Bassa doubles up. It's still a relatively short stack. By the way, RFN, after eliminating Nick, has put a lot of distance between themselves and second place. RFN from Brazil, 148 million chips. It is Atra Dazini, also from Brazil, who is second right now with 107 million. Veso Bassa, the shortest stack, with 8 million. 15 players remaining in this anniversary event. Still got Vlad Dari. Dari Poker still going strong. Third in chips right now. Vlad came 5th in last year's 10K Scoop main event for $325,000. That's Vlad's best result. Of course, betters that with 4th place or higher in this Sunday Million anniversary. So, a little bit of the wind taken out of our sails. We need a new hero. Who have we got at this table? Any qualifiers about? Cressett's gone.
The gimbal broke my heart. I'm not sure if I'm ready. I'm ready for a new hero just yet.
Suffering's not a qualifier. The Grimble's gone. Ooh.
Or if seems to be considering it with 3-4 off, but don't think they'll be called in.
Isn't CCR the thing that you have to give when you give your credit card details over the phone? Isn't that the 3 digits on the back?
It's followed by a number as well. I think this person might have typed in the wrong thing when there's a 4-digit number as well. Look.
No, I'm confusing it. That's CCV. CCR is credit card roulette. I knew it was credit card related. This one, a bit more expensive.
It's going to be a very interesting pot with Suffering raising Ace-King. Paulinho with the exact same hand that he re-raised and folded. Only one orbit to go, and yet again is going to be getting 4 bets shoved on. I don't know if they would decide to induce Ace-Jack this time, but one way or another, Suffering's going to be playing a very large pot. All in, Paulinho probably a little bit frustrated, but is going to re-raise Ace-Jack and fold both times.
Okay, so Veso Bassa, virtual all-in with King-Queen, dominated by Paulinho's Ace-King.
Paulinho a few pips better and has the Ace-King. Obviously not going to be folding.
And Ace-King is holding. Ace-King is good. Veso Bassa KO'd in 15th place. Down to 14, that means another money jump about to occur. Next player out, 26k. Make it to 13th, 36k. And pocket 10s for credit card roulette. Rufflecopter. I love it. Love it. Come on, Rufflecopter, you can do this.
Rufflecopter88 would suggest that that person's older than me as well, and they've gone with the screen name Rufflecopter, which is absolutely incredible.
No, understandably, they came online, they wanted to use Rufflecopter, it gone. Rufflecopter 1, gone. Rufflecopter 2, gone. And then eventually they got to 88. There are 89 Rufflecopters on PokerStars. Everyone knows that.
I don't know what is going on today, but there are some jokes that are just tickling me. I think it's been too long since I was in the commentary booth. Sorry. Oh, man. I don't know if this player's meant to call, but after I took this long and I was rocking the Rufflecopter as my screen name, I'd flick it in with the Jack 5 off. How bad can it really be?
Pretty bad.
This is completely and utterly off topic, but my mum gets the kind of giggles when she's trying to tell a story that make it impossible to understand anything that she's saying. But my child also gets the giggles when she's talking to my mom, and now I've got two generations who cannot speak. They're incapable of speaking, and they just giggle at each other, and it is the greatest thing to witness in the world. Rufflecopter is called with Jack 5. I told you it couldn't be too bad.
Unbelievable.
Well done, Rufflecopter.
Rufflecopter gets a double up, and we are switching to the other table where we find Vlad Dari, who is among the chip leaders right now, and we do have one of our qualifiers at this table. Song Ox is in via a $20 satellite. And Song Ox is guaranteed 26k with a 10k money jump imminent if they can ladder to at least 13th place.
I'm a little bit heartbroken at the time of the table change. Our hero emerged from the shadows. We were ready to get on that Rufflecopter train, and now we'll have to hear from the second table.
Don't worry, when we go hand for hand, there'll be plenty of switching. Plus, of course, there's a good chance that Rufflecopter makes it to the final table. By the way, Deathbeat 976 with the frog. Shouldn't ignore the fact that Deathbeat is also in via a $20 satellite. So still a couple of good qualifier stories to follow. That's right, make or break. They are playing to the finish today. They are playing to a champion. This being a 3-day event. 14 remain. One of them, the champion that is going to walk away with $1 million.
Barry Poker is someone who I've clashed with quite a lot over the years, so I'm not surprised to see them putting the pressure on here.
Vlad Dari, a familiar face at the live tables as well as the online tables, although has got the underpair here, has got the snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
But Bobat has got aces.
Queen Jack looked like they were considering getting into the mix. It'd be interesting to see what Dari elects to do with the eights. Wouldn't imagine we see too many raising.
With these stacks, it's going in. It's going in, Fintan. I mean, 20 bigs effective. There we go. And looks like we've got a Bobat double up on the horizon. Oh.
Oh my god, the hottest hand in the game.
I'm going to say Year of Romania. We've had our first Romanian EPT champion. We just had Vlad Dari crack aces with eights. I'm going to say it. Year of Romania.
I believe I think I spoke that into existence. I mentioned that the nines were getting replaced slowly by the eights. Down to the final 13 now, though. flying down.
So with 13 players remaining, we are looking at $36,000 and up in prize money.
Do see the walk coming in. Interesting spot maybe here for Songo with the Queen 10 of clubs. Dari Poker now with a very, very large stack will be opening much wider than a lot of people would in this situation. Not surprised to see Jack 5 of hearts being slid in there. As we see Songo not prepared to fold just yet with Queen 10 of clubs. If I was Young Diamonds with this particular hand, I'd be flicking it in. Wow, that's a pretty big flop for Songo.
We got street flush draw.
Oh my god, that graphic is incredible. Hold on a second. How often do I need to appear on the commentary team to be part of that rave? That is the greatest graphic that I've ever seen.
More than once a year.
Okay. Can you pencil me in for a second time at some point?
So Sungox with the open-ended street flash draw. Young Diam with a baby flush draw. Facing the bet of 5 million. Folds. Vlad Dari with a pair of jacks.
Obviously, we can see the cards and that Dari Poker has got the best hand here. And with a pair and a backdoor flush draw, it is hard to fold. But when a player flats off this stack, that's half pot on that flop, I would be very scared. I think the best you're going to see is your opponent having you in pretty bad shape, to be honest. Like,
yes.
Maybe, I guess, they could be bluffing with an ace queen or something, but it's probably all in pre-flop. It's hard. It's hard for people to flat off 15 big blinds in these tournaments and then put in big bets without strong hands. Just, it's not easy. It can happen. It's not too likely. As we see Pax pulling the trigger, going all in. Pretty standard stuff.
Sorry, Fintan, I took my eye off the ball. We've had a couple of eliminations. Jay Baller has gone in 13th place. Dark Lord Nix has gone in 12th place. We are down to 11 players. That means everyone's locked up 50 grand. That means we are 2 eliminations away from the final table. We're 1 elimination away from hand-for-hand play. And obviously, once we get to the final table, all of the payouts advertised on screen with nearly 6 figures for 8th. 137k upwards once you get to 7th. $1 million up top. And Vlad Dari with kings. But def beat. 7-4 off. Nah. Yes, Space Velociraptor. It is a 9-handed final table for an 8-max tournament. Anytime you see a max, the final table is always going to be +1. So a 6-max will have a 7-handed final table. 8-max will have a 9-handed final table. And that is because when you play on the final table bubble, which is a very intense part of the tournament, having uneven tables makes it really unfair on the players. Table of 4, table of 5, ugh, it's too messy. Just merge at 9. I always tell the story, Fintan, of a 6-max tournament of the Vic a few years back, many years back now, where they weren't quite sure how to manage the hand-for-hand process. They wanted to have a 6-handed final table. So a table of 4 and a table of 3, and they'd play an orbit and then balance a player so that they kind of keep the table of 4 and the table of 3 constantly changing. It was so messy.
Did they, like, Did they like do a different person, like kind of like going around in the circle, like, or how
I-
did they decide?
Yeah, it was.
Honestly, I love that. I think we should. You know what? I think that's how all 6-max tournaments should be handled
No.
in live poker.
No.
I'll be putting that forward to the committee that is James Hardigan. Will you please talk to the TV team and get that requested from Toby? Thank you very much.
No, not going to happen.
Oh, a little game of musical chairs on the final table of a super high roller. That'd be amazing. It'd be the most entertaining thing. It'd be great.
Well, Atradazzini with 2 pair here. 9 on the flop, king on the turn. It is a pair of kings for young Diam. And the counterfeit card, meaning this is going to result in a chop. Fintan, I need you to go for it this time. I will give you as much of a lead in, as much of a pause as I think you need, but I need you to back me on this one. I do not want to fly solo.
So when does it kick off? Is it when the chips hit the stacks? Give me a visual.
No, it's when I say, you know what they say, and that's when we sing. And I will pause to account for the delay, and then we will be in sync. So that was a chop pot. So, hang on, what happened there?
You can't move table. What is this, James? What is
That
this?
was a chop.
Was it?
That was a chop, right? That was a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Chop pot.
Okay.
Boy, I got it.
Okay.
That's the best I've ever done. I've been at PokerStars for 7 years almost, and that's the greatest performance I've ever put in. Mom,
So-
get the camera. James is proud. This was
The
fantastic.
reason for the confusion there is I saw a player disappear and I saw us tick down to 10. I'm like, how the hell could that be a chop if someone was eliminated? But what happened is someone was eliminated from the other table and then that player was balanced. So we are down to 10. Credit card roulette went out in 11th, and that means we are now on the final table bubble, and that means we are now hand for hand.
If anyone would like to send any hands to myself or James, we are 100% able to tell if a pot was chopped. I promise you.
Nom
We can
nom
do
nom
it.
nom.
Well,
Wait, hold on a
Snowman's
second.
are
Rafflecopter's got 73 million chips. I told you, our hero had emerged from the shadows. There he is. James, how upset are you with me? I'm so sorry. I thought I got it good that time.
No, I mean, to be fair, you tried. And that's all I ask is that people try. It's like, it's when they don't make any effort whatsoever that I have a problem.
Do you know what I really struggle with, right? You tell me that there's a lag, and it means that when I'm saying it, it just sounds wrong. So usually what happens is I don't fully commit and I pull out halfway through, and then it sounds even worse.
Always commit, Vincent.
Spicy Tuesday human chats with
Always
Vincent and
commit.
James. Hey, I've got to
So-
kid James, okay? Look, it's we did. Sorry, we're talking about poker. Sorry, I'm so lost tonight. The gimbal messed me up.
Oh. So we've come back to Vlad Dari's table. And this is a 40k pay jump, by the way. 50,700 for 10th. 70,700 for 9th, as you can see on screen. Plus, of course, a place at the final table as Vlad shoves on Deathbeat 976, the $20 qualifier. Deathbeat all
I
in
would
to
not
call.
fold. I can't remember the stacks on your table, but we're probably very close to last place. Blind versus blind. Dari's going to be shoving super wide. They do call, and they are at risk on the final table bubble.
And it's over. And that is going to be the elimination of Deathbeat 976. There is action at the other table, by the way. We are 100% at the final table. Will it be a 9-handed final or an 8-handed final? Let's see how this hand plays out. Full house for Rafflecopter.
My hero. 44 million chips, sitting with the pocket fours. What
Get to the
size do
chopper.
you go for?
$20 million gets the fold. So both tables break, both tables close, because we have our 9-handed final table. Congratulations to these 9 players making the FT of the Sunday Million 17th anniversary, all now guaranteed $70,700, including online qualifier Song Ox, who is in this for just $20. Let's just do our international tour of the final table. How many Brazilians do you think have made the FT, Fintan?
Oh, there's no way it's less than 3.
You going to go with 3?
Yeah.
4. Paulinho?
However many Brazilians you think there's going to be, you should always just go a little bit higher. Just a little
Always
bit higher.
had 1. Always had 1. So Paulinho, Suffering 102, Ultra Dazzini, and chip leader RFN, all from Brazil. Pax 176 playing from Poland. Song Ox is from Lithuania. Young Diam 18 is Austrian. Roffelkopter is playing from Denmark, and we know Vladari is from Romania. Year of Romania. Snowmen's.
Nom 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 nom.
Back-to-back memes. Come on.
Roffelkopter is the one to watch here. I've been admiring his play for many minutes, and I'm pretty sure that he might be the greatest thing to ever happen to poker. Not to get ahead of myself, but
So, Song Ox, the Lithuanian player, was chip leader at the start of the day. Song Ox usually plays low micro-stakes events, has just $15,000 in total PokerStars earnings, and has eclipsed that today with a single cash. Best online result was a bounty builder tournament back in 2020. It was an $11 buy-in and a $1,900 first prize.
I know some Lithuanian words. I think Isfikata is either let's go or cheers. So I'm going to go with that. That's
Okay.
That's what I can contribute to that. And if I'm wrong,
I mean,
please don't correct me.
Nothing has ever gone wrong with someone just saying random words in a foreign language that they don't speak. I think it means this. Cut to World War III.
Oh my God. Aces on the final table of the Sunday Million with $1 million up top. It doesn't get better.
Chip leader opens to 5 million. Is anyone going to give RFN action?
I'll tell you one thing. I said it doesn't get better with aces, but everybody folding's a very sad moment.
Better than that and have them cracked.
It's very true.
Pengu asking about Nick Walsh. Nick was our 16th place finisher, cashing for his best ever online score, 26k. So you think this is all going to be about the Roffelkopter, right?
I know that this is going to be all about the Roffelkopter.
Again, with the amount of online poker that we've streamed since the summer of 2020, I have seen a lot of Dari poker. You've played a lot against Dari poker. I'm going to invest in Vlad Dari. I think Vlad Dari is going to be the champion of this Sunday Million anniversary. I think Vlad Dari is going to emerge as the one to watch, and Vlad's got the ladles.
It's a fair shout, but in 2023, the world is run by memes, and therefore, 70th anniversary of the Sunday Million must be won by the player who's gone with Roffelkopter. And I would imagine that's an old account. They saw into the future. They knew.
I think you'll find that 2023 is the year of Romania. Well, diamond draw here for Suffering 102, one of the 4 Brazilians at the table. Vlad Dari still ahead right now with the overpair. And a bet of 3.5 million on the flop. I guess Suffering has to at least call here.
It's a super interesting spot. They might be somewhat tempted to try and represent the 6 on a turn, but the reality is, of their stack pre-flop, They're probably not going to have that many sixes. Now, Derry Poker is going to be one of the players with a wider opening range from under the gun, so they might still think that they can get some folds. Ooh, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much sixes they actually have. Of course, they have some suited sixes still. Derry Poker just going to go for the call. And
I mean, obviously, Vlad had the Jack of Diamonds, but that would have been amazing if, like, the flush got there against the full house.
I think it's easy to say as we sit here watching Derry Poker with Jacks full, but King 7 of Diamonds is not the hand at all that you want to be bluffing here. If you want to bluff with your diamonds, you want to have the lower diamonds. You want to have something like maybe 5-7 of diamonds or 4-3 of diamonds that didn't raise the flop, but you really don't. You really don't want to have these diamonds in your hand. You want Derry to have them. So a disciplined check. Interesting that Derry doesn't put them all in.
So Vlad up to 194 million, closing in on the 200 million mark, and now has Ace King. Pretty close between 1 and 2 in chips right now, RFN and Derry Poker. The shortest stack is Pax 176 with 20 million, as RFN opens with Jack 5. Punish
It's a pretty massive
him.
spot for Derry Poker.
Unbelievable.
Generally, with Ace King, when someone with a lot of chips opens in the cutoff, you want to be raising. In this situation, when your opponent is the only player that covers you and there's $1 million for first, might be a hand you want to call.
And the continuation bet from RFN. And what's not to like here? Top pair, top kicker, yes please. 4.25 million, you say? And now improves the trips on the turn. RFN is drawing dead, by the way, and might just want to give up on this.
You know, they would be aware that Derry Poker flats a lot stronger hands.
Another full
in general.
house. Just to be clear, that's back-to-back full houses.
Ever since
This
you called
is
them as the winner.
the year of Romania. Go on, hero with Jack High. Playing the board. And that will see Vlad Derry take the chip lead, by the way. I don't know what you're saying, Razor. When is it not the year of Romania? This is the year of Romania. And if we have an EPT winner and a Sunday Million Anniversary winner from that country in the space of a month, I think we've pretty much proved that it's a fact. A double fact. Fact squared. Nines for Paulinho.
Interesting that was not all in. I guess. It's a really quick off.
And obviously now we're at the final table. We are at that point where there is a money jump with every single elimination.
Gotta lose 2 players for every player to be locking up the 6 figures. It's so special to win 6 figures. Sitting at home, registering a poker tournament, and winning 6 figures. It's insane, I think, personally. Like, obviously been lucky enough to achieve it a couple of times, but
Yeah.
it's absolutely mental. To just sit at home, click register on a poker tournament, and make 6 figures in a couple of days of playing poker.
Under the gun raised from RFN. However, your boy Rufflecopter has got Ace King in the small blind.
This is the kind of situation where I might be tempted to just go all in pre-flop with Ace King. but I could be wrong. Mr. Super Slash says, since this isn't a PKO, will we probably see a deal a lot of the time? I actually reckon it depends on who ends up with the chips.
Yeah.
If we see Dari Poker accumulating a very large stack, which he's in the process of doing, and then there is a bunch of short stacks, there might be a deal done, but it will be very, very beneficial to him, and it probably won't just be a straight up ICM chop. Would be my guess, but
I mean,
never know.
you look at the payouts, Fintan, you look at the money jumps, and in theory you say, yeah, of course it's likely they'll want to take some of the variance out of it and try and redistribute the prize pool, but it depends who the players remaining are and how comfortable someone might feel their skill edge is. And as you say, stack distribution is going to be key. Trooper says, will the player who wins become pro? Well, I think we've got some players at this final table who are already pros. I think it's safe to say that Songox is not a professional poker player. I don't think you should probably go pro after winning a single MTT, though. Just enjoy the money. That would be my advice. Or rather, that's what I'd do anyway.
if I won $1 million, I would probably follow in the footsteps of my good friend Benjamin Sprague, and I would be firing off 100Ks.
No.
I would have 10 shots, and that, you know what they say.
No.
If you try 10 times, it's impossible to fail. Very popular saying back in Ireland.
So I have to say, we got to the final table pretty quickly this evening, quicker than I thought we would. After, what is it, just under 90 minutes of play? And that means there's been a decent amount of stack consolidation. It does mean it now might play a little bit slower.
We see your boy picking up ace king, and my boy or my girl picking up pocket nines. Rafflecopter with the nines, Dari Poker with the ace king. Could see a few fireworks here potentially.
Yeah. 5.5 million, the opening raise. We are at the 1.25, 2.5 million blind level right now, and will be for another 4 minutes or so.
Options for Dari Poker in this situation are hit him with the re-raise or hit him with the all-in. We're going to go for the re-raise option.
And what's the response, or what's the optimal play with nines here? Call in position, see a flop?
I would call. I think nines are not the hand that you want to be putting all of the chips in here. Now, also don't really want to be playing too many large pots versus players that can cover you.
So Dari Poker with the best of it on this board, and the 9.
God, what a turn card!
I don't know what's going on with your microphone, by the way, Fintan, but it's going quiet, loud at the moment.
Apologies.
As we see Vlad fire for nearly 13 million, and now has the king high flush, but it's no good against the full house of Rafflecopter. Wow. I mean, how much are you going to lose here? 62,775,993 chips? I don't see how this goes any other way. You got the nut flush. I know it's a paired board, but come on. Oh, just the call. I'm going to say Vlad Dari saved some money there. saved some chips, but it has seen a massive change in the dynamic. Roffelcopter now second in chips with 182 million. Vlad Dari dropping down to 120 million, third in chips overall. Fintan, have we still got you?
I didn't want to go radio silent during that big hand, but I also didn't want to be spiking. Is it still the way it was, or does it sound any better?
Yes, it's kind of, it's as long as it's consistent, we can deal with it. It just suddenly jumped all of a sudden when you got excited, but I think we can deal with this.
Okay, I'll just not get too excited.
Yeah, you just kind of like be mellow, Fintan.
Okay.
Just think
Nice and
late
chill.
night DJ.
Okay. Well, just as well I didn't comment too much on that hand because my boy was winning lots of chips.
Your boy took a big pot of my boy. Ben Spragg would be a terrible late night DJ. I'm sorry. Want to listen to some music, do you? Well, here's a record. You might like it. You can listen or not. I don't care. Yeah. No, when I say late night DJ, I'm not about Fat Boy Slim. I'm talking about, Mellow Magic. I'm talking about, let's ease you into the early hours with some Captain and Tennille.
Have you ever done a late night DJ gig? I feel like that could have been under the
Of course
belt
I
at one
have.
point.
Of course I have.
Of course he has. Of course he has.
During my days of playing cool classics and hot hits on 96.4 The Eagle. Ace King all
Young
in.
Dime getting way out of line with Queen 9 and naturally folding now. Only 2 queens remaining, 1 card to come.
That's going to be a double up for Pax as the blinds go up to 1.5 million, 3 million, and still 9 players remain at the final table of this Sunday Million 17th anniversary. Pax all in again with Ace King. And RFN with the hand named after the guy we were just talking about, Spraggy. Dari opening with Ace 10. Queen Jack suited for qualifier Songox.
If you were going to pull the trigger over a player, Dari Poker, most likely the one you want to shove on, and they do get it all in. I don't think Dari's going to be able to call with Ace 10 here if they have the information of Songos being a qualifier.
Yeah. Okay, I see Ace Queen, I see 5s, I see 10s, I see Queen Jack of Strawberries. Might see a little bit of action here.
I would imagine that my boy, Roffelcopter, with his newfound wealth, will most likely want to see a flop.
Just going to quickly help PK 2015 with some math. This MTT overlaid, 39,500 entries, 39,500 multiplied by 200 equals 7.9 million in prize money against a guarantee of 7.5. So the answer to your question is no. Thank you for your question.
We did see Young Dime getting a little bit saucy with Queen 9 off, so I can't imagine they're going to be folding here. Now, I will say that Paulinho's raise is petrifying. Got 14 big blinds. They're in first position. They're getting into the mix on the final table. The way I would play the spot, Brazilian, I'm all in. Rest of the world, I fold. It's because I love the Brazilians. You're my favorite people in the world. Do not take it as an insult. I I've had some angry Brazilians in my DMs in the past, and it's always because I said something I meant to say with love. It's true.
When I was talking earlier on about you creating international incidents, I was joking. I didn't realize it was actually a thing.
I've had a couple. There was one. I stopped it. You didn't really like it either, I don't think. But I used to call the high stakes guy nerds, and I didn't mean it as anything other than a little playful joke because they were smarter, better, and bigger than me. But with the language barrier, occasionally the high stakes Brazilian regs would get an out of context clip taken of me, and the masses would be sent. And let me tell you, the Brazilians are very passionate about defending their heroes.
Isn't there a Brazilian player called the Nerd Guy?
There is. It wasn't him though.
Right. I don't take offence at nerd or geek. I take it as a compliment. Or would rather.
Hey man, when you're as pasty white as me and skinny as me and you're rocking these glasses, like when someone calls you a nerd, to be expected. This player's taking their sweet time here with 10-4.
Paulinho sitting there with ace-king in the big blind. I mean, Rufflecopter, love the enthusiasm, but I think this hand doesn't go much further.
I don't know, 10-5 off can make every single straight in the game. The only hand that which can.
All you can eat. And Paulinho takes it down. And we're closing in on the second break of the day, already at the final table, having started day 3 of the Sunday Million anniversary with 44 players, got down to 9 pretty quickly, inside of 90 minutes, but no elimination since we hit the final table. Average stack right now, just shy of 90 million, and we're playing a 3 million big blind, so around a 30 big blind average. We have seen that consolidation that we expected. 20-minute blind levels, so plenty of play in this.
Joe Stape says it can't and then proceeds to use the 5 from our hand to do 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is absolutely exceptional.
Queens all in here for Paulinho after the mid-position open from Rufflecopter. Paulinho up to 60 million now.
Fintan looks like Jamie Gold. I'm not going to lie. That's the greatest compliment that I've ever received. And he is my poker hero. It's a man that I've looked up to for many years. If I won $10 million, I would also spend lots of it on appearing on popular TV show The Hills to be an extra, play some high stakes cash games, and disappear into wherever Jamie Gold is. Love that man.
I would say that if you were to win 10 million, then I would allow you to experiment, shall we say, with playing 100Ks.
I would play 1 million buy-ins if I won 10 million. I'm a man who likes 10 buy-ins because there's an old expression in Ireland: if you try something 10 times, you simply will not fail.
Are you ready for a shot at redemption, Fintan Hand?
I am. Hold on. Everyone loves a jump ball. Everyone loves a jump ball. Okay. How about if I just chanted and you join in on one of the chants?
No, it doesn't work like that. I tee you up, I pause for a little bit to account for the delay, and then we try and sync. But you just go. As soon as you hear me say, you know what they say, start singing.
Oh. Okay. I see where I've gone wrong all these years.
Yes. Just start immediately. Okay, so this ends in a chop pot, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I mean, that was an improvement. We're moving in the right direction. It's not getting worse. It's getting
not getting
better
worse.
incrementally, but it's not getting worse.
7 out of 10, 7.4. Oh, sorry, I'm not allowed to make loud noises because my microphone is spiking. Sorry. Back to lazy, I can't even speak radio in the evening. This is your host, Fintan Hand, who has absolutely ruined any chance you had of sleeping this evening with these giggles at 12:15 in the evening. Imagine me as a late night host and giggling like this after midnight. I'd be fired on my first day.
By the way, I hope you realise that we had a third party join in with that performance, if everyone loves a chop pot. Rufflecopter typed it in chat.
Oh my god, my boy.
Oh, we should have thought about this. Bezel Beast says, guys, what if a friend of a player is watching the stream and telling them the cards? We're doing this on the honor system. We assume that nobody watching this stream is either playing this tournament or knows anyone playing this tournament. If you do, can you please leave? Because otherwise it could be a massive game integrity violation. Thank you.
I often do get sweethearts in my stream who realize they're on my table but haven't quite yet worked out the delay. And they're like, all right, I'm going to leave. I don't want to be cheating. Songo's, well, I would say, could have opted for wagering all of the betting discs they had remaining pre-flop here, but maybe they have laid the trap and they're going to get an extra 2 big blinds that I would not have. Or maybe they're going to play nice and snug because there's $1 million for first. They've qualified for this tournament and they don't want to go knocked out yet.
So we hit the second break with 9 players remaining in this week's Sunday Million, it being the anniversary edition with a 7.5 million guarantee, a total prize pool of 7.9 million and 1 million up top. And right now it's RFN 1986 from Brazil who is the favourite to take that prize. They go into the break as chip leader with 193 million. We're back to the tables in 5 minutes. Joe Stapleton back in the booth. Joe, you missed a lot. We're already down to the final 9. We actually got to the final table about half an hour ago, but it has, the action's not slowed down, but the rate of eliminations has, still 9-handed as we hit the break. Obviously, when we get back to the tables, I know you and Fintan are going to guide the audience through the action. I figured this is an opportunity for us to talk about the podcast, not the show you're going to join us for next week, Fintan. Do you want to highlight that the most recent episode, the show that dropped last week, was our movies and TV special with Phil Galfon? That's right, we got one of the best poker minds out there and talked to him about the PBS dramas that he likes to watch. This week, a very special guest that you've sorted out for us.
Yeah, so this week's guest is a fellow by the name of Steve Albini, and Steve is a legendary, and I don't throw that word around. Everyone uses the word legend. Oh, he's a legend, this person legend. No. Steve is a legendary music producer / engineer. Now, he doesn't call himself a producer because he's got these really rigid ideas of what music should be, and he says producers are in there to mess things up and are in there to like sort of make the band do what the record company wants. So he doesn't call himself a producer. He's like, an engineer's job is to take the artist's vision and make them sound as good, what they want to sound like, right? To make their vision come true. So Steve has worked with Nirvana and Foo Fighters and the Pogues and the Pixies and all these really legendary, iconic bands, recording their albums for them. He also is a 2-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. So
that is the ridiculous part. Because obviously, when you said, Steve Albini's a big poker player, and I'm like, okay, when I hear about celebrities or people who work in the entertainment industry playing poker, you think of them playing in like high-stakes private games, maybe showing up every now and then at a live event. But actually, he's got like a decent number of cashes in World Series events and 2 bracelets.
Yes, and so I actually had a piece of him last summer at the World Series. I almost never buy pieces of people, and he sent it out to our home game, and it's the first time I've ever had a piece of somebody that went super deep in something. I won about $3,500 off of his World Series win. So, James, I don't want to waste his time with one of my stupid games because there's lots of people who have sent in great questions for Steve. But kind of what I want to do is, because He has very strong opinions on music. So I thought, because it's fast and it won't take up a ton of time, what we could do is each write out a list of our favorite bands and then have Steve just do like a one-word approval process of them or not. Because, for example, he hates Muse. He thinks Muse is garbage. Like, Muse is like...
Okay.
Whatever you want to call it, like corporate arena rock, bad news stuff. So I thought it would be fun to me to be like, okay, roast me, like Fintan did with the Christmas dinners last year. Be like, here's my favorite bands, roast my musical tastes, and you could do the same.
They have to be bands or can they be solo artists? So, for example, Taylor Swift, Katy Perry, S Club, who I'm going to see in concert later this year. Those are three genuine things from my list.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's totally fine. Now, he might not know who some of yours are. I assume he will. I assume he'll have worse things to say about Katy Perry than he will about Muse, but who knows? Maybe that's what I want. I'm curious. One of the most successful music engineers of all time think of our crappy musical tastes?
I hope he's heard of S Club, because there ain't no party like an S Club party. There are some credible bands that I like as well, but I like it. It's a good idea. And just to clarify, obviously a lot of people on the Discord server putting questions forward for Steve, and we're going to try and get through as many of those questions as we can when he joins us on the podcast tomorrow that will be released on Thursday. Right, my turn to take a break. I return you to the final table of the Sunday Million and the vocal services of Mr. Joseph Stapleton and Mr. Fintan Hand.
All right, to answer your question, A. Anderson AA, does Fintan get to speak anything, or is he there just to be the pretty face? There's going to be all the Fintan you can handle right now, as it's just he and I. He and me and him. I don't know. I'm me good English.
Kind of tempted to leave you hanging when you've used another pun, but I won't. What's going on? Welcome back.
I feel like that one is probably not the top 10 puns you've heard the most. So yes, Joe Stapleton, Fintan Hand. I'll keep it to a minimum. I promise.
I don't mind at all. Rafflecopter is our new hero.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you heard, but we're all aboard the Rafflecopter. Well, actually, James on the Derry Poker, but my boy won a massive pot of Derry Poker just before the break. So I'm on the winning.
You know, one of my things is the year of Romania. So and that's.
So you're going with Hardigan as well. I mean, doubled up on by the OGs. This is absolutely heartbreaking.
No offense to anyone else. It just happens to be the year of Romania. Fintan, would you mind catching me up? I didn't see what happened to Nick.
So Nick went all in, got called, and did not win the hand.
Oh, man.
And was eliminated.
A unique story, I guess, for a poker tournament.
Nick, do you know what? If you paid me first prize in the Sunday Million right now, the commentary that I did within the last 60 minutes to tell you what hand that Nicholas Walsh had against his opponent, I won't even be able to tell you one of the cards involved. But I do know that Nick had less chips than his opponent. He went all in, got called, and when the 5 cards came out, Nick had 0% on the board, and he was eliminated. But there is some people informing me that it was Ace King versus 9-9. Now, which of those hands Nick had, that's anybody's guess. But it was the one that lost.
Well, Fintan, I didn't mean to stitch you up, and honestly, I struggle with the exact same thing. I'm always like, and congratulations to the winner, who was, man, I should really know this. I've been talking about him for the last 8 hours. Ace 10, shoving over the top of Queen Jack. Lots of chips from Rafflecopter. King high flop, hard on the turn, but no help for the Queen Jack on the river. Ace 10 suited doubles up, suffering 102.
I'm of course joking, Stapleton. Apparently, let me I'm just remembering it here.
Sure.
Shoved,
I know.
He shoved Ace King, and the chip leader had 9-9, and I assume he failed hitting Ace or King, and that was it. Like, he maybe hit Ace or King, and the guy hit 9. I'm not sure, but what's important is that he made a great run. He had his best ever score and done the best out of everyone on Team PokerStars and came incredibly close. 39,500 people, and he was 15 people away from $1 million. That is quite the run, quite the Tuesday evening.
RFN's turn right now with ace-10 suited. Polino with ace-queen shoves for 56 million. 3.5 million for the big blind right now. Whoo, baby.
RFN seems quite tempted by the ace-10, but I would imagine this hand will go in the bin.
Bin it is. The Fintan bin. The Fin bin.
Some big hands. I'm guessing
Yes,
Polino will be
indeed.
making this around 13 million.
Ace-jack for young Diam. Polino with another monster. Queen.
Obviously could shove, but my guess is we'll re-raise. Goes a little bit bigger.
Close enough to 13 million. You were within one big blind, Fintan.
Sometimes when an aggressive regular of the game puts you in a tough spot on the final table, it can be easy to get frustrated. It can be easy to fight back. But most of the time, when you open an early position on a big final table and you get re-raised by someone with less than 20 big blinds, they've got a good hand.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Fintan. I think that the poker meta in general, people have gotten a little bit more disciplined and don't necessarily just like fire back all the time just because it's a good reg and they could be messing with you. People are pretty cognizant now of ICM, of protecting their chip stack, of it's not necessarily all a pre-flop game anymore. So I think you're right about that, and I think just people in general have gotten better at that, at making those sort of frustrating folds. Especially in ICM spots.
I wish I had. I'm often a live by the sword, die by the sword, and it makes for fun watching from time to time. I either have lots of chips or I'm out quick. But one of these days we will learn what ICM stands for and what it means. But that will not be today, and I hope that nobody tells me in the chat. Thank you. I did not come here to learn any lessons. I came here to talk with my friend Joe, and that's what I'm going to do.
Is that part of your thing? Are you a guy that is not as ICM oriented as other people? This is a bit.
I don't know. What I've heard people say now, I don't know whether it's true, but I've heard very respectful poker players saying that ICM was designed to keep poor people poor, and like maybe that's true. Maybe that's true.
All right, I got you. Look, as a guy who desperately wants to min cash and desperately wants to ladder and is perfectly fine laddering up as far as I can at every tournament, I make some serious ICM errors in spite of that. I think it's mostly because
as a man who doesn't believe in blockers, I reckon it's about time that you binned off ICM as well.
Yeah, right? It's just a theory anyway.
Yeah. Who invented it? How do we know? Does anyone remember the time before it? I just remember when Dan Harrington was making us play with our M, and you just had to call off if you had their stack covered by 10x. That was the golden age. Dan Harrington knows what's up. ICM was created by a German bot in a lab. Stop us getting the money off the German regs.
I think so, right? It's all a big trick. It's all a big trick to make us all give up value at final tables. I like this comment here from Rory, who says ICM stands for I can't remember any of what I'm supposed to do in these spots. Songox 7-9 suited. Where's Songox from? I don't know that flag. What is that? Bulgaria? Lithuania? What's yellow, green, red?
Lithuania. Labas.
Lithuania. Okay. Second try, I got it.
It's impressive for an American.
Folds around to RFN. Well, part of it is that on my screen, all the flags are on top of each other, so I couldn't even tell where one flag ended and the other began. I was like, this one is red, white, red, yellow, green, red. Which one is that? All right, Ace King for Songox from Lithuania. Raise and take it. Cascap says, Dan Harrington is the only person who taught me why the 2 and 4 rule is only half baked. The next important number is 8. I thought it was the 10 and 2 rule. What is 2 and 4?
If you're in seed 2 or 4, you have to only play top 5% of hands. It's one of the ICM rules that's not talked about very often.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, that I agree with. All right, Rufflecopter, 7-8 suited. Young Diam, all in, is going to pick up a couple of big blinds here. So we're just waiting for the next huge cooler? Is that what we're in for here?
We got a couple of stacks where the coolers don't need to be monumental. I mean, Suffering has got less than 8 big blinds. Pax in the Big has 10. We could see some clashes with some okay hands. The Grimble in the chat says, the Grimble here, where's my sponsorship and swag? Well, here's the thing, Grimble. You let me down, for stars. Secondly, you left multiple thousands of people hanging about a story of how bad your day was.
Yes!
Now, finally, you could be impersonating the Grimble, but I reckon it's him or her.
Of all the times we've done coverage on someone, and then they've hopped in chat later and been like, I'm so-and-so, it's been real, in my opinion. We don't really get a lot of impersonators that way. I would hate to get burned this time. I hope that it's the real Grimble, and I'm also very curious to hear what kind of day it was leading up to this once-in-a-lifetime, probably, performance in the Sunday Million. Songox turns a set of 8s.
Hottest hand in the game. I called it early on this stream. We've seen multiple huge pots. We see a lead. We might actually just see an all-in. To the people saying he's been following... Oh, we do see the all-in. To the people who are saying he's been following for 2 hours, whilst true, his account was made in 2017, so he's going to get the nod from me.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're the sort of person that just plays poker recreationally and doesn't watch the streams, it makes sense that he would only have been on Twitch for 2 hours. You're like, oh, this is being streamed, might as well create a Twitch account. That speaks to the validity of it to me, not the opposite. Raise and take it with aces for Suffering.
Back-to-back big hands, getting the queens the very next hand.
Oh, and it's gonna have a raise out in front. Very good. All in. Pocket queens. And oh, not quite 10x the stack, so the Harrington rule doesn't apply.
Lucky for RFN. I think has Harrington for Hold'em edition 4 open on the desk there, whilst competing for the $1 million here. The first
Grimble
poker
says,
books
yeah,
I ever read.
The streams commentators are SHITE. That's your one. I'm gonna give you one because you had a rough day.
Ooh! The Grimble! Coming in here looking for PokerStars sponsorship.
Artisanal. Packs with the ace-5 suited. Dominated by Paulinho. Ditches it.
The Grimble, I can't remember how you busted. But I actually remember thinking I've never, ever seen a hand played so badly. Congratulations on nearly making it to the final table. And I hope your good day gets a little bit better.
Have my back. Fintan's had my back in some very, very strong ways in the past.
Fintan nearly got in a fight for Joe Stapleton, and Fintan's never been in a fight.
Action folds around to Songox, who folds the King 9. Rafflecopter folds King 4 out of the blinds. And pocket jacks now for Paulinho in the big. Gonna get some action from the 7s probably of Songox. And the ace-jack of Raffle. What do you do here with a big old chip stack? Wow, does go for the re-raise. Paulinho with a decision.
I don't know what you're meant to do, but all I know is I sleep happy at night, never folding jacks.
Okay, yep, same. I don't have the same love-hate relationship with jacks. I just love jacks. Straight up.
I think they're the most underrated hand in the game.
I agree.
The
And
Joe
this
and
one
James, the
specifically.
Jam Jars.
That's right. This is specifically the JS and the JH. You can't go wrong. Ooh. You know what? Also, I agree. You can't do anything wrong with jacks either. People say there's no right way to play them. There's no wrong way to play them.
I like to never fold with jacks. 500 big blinds pre-flop, first level of the biggest tournament of my life. I'm not folding. I'll sleep well. My problem is if I fold
really
jacks.
Great advertising right now for people who play against you. Ace jack for packs.
Oh my god. An all-in, a call, or a fan with 10s? We having a three-way on a Tuesday night?
Yeah, this
It's a
could
normal
be a
Tuesday for
really
Joe's-
big
wait, what?
pot if we take it to the streets. Or maybe the two big stacks just check it down after we see a flop.
It's interesting with 10s. I honestly wouldn't know what to do because calling and going multi-way is a bit messy. Raising seems not great. What a flop for packs.
Pax, will Pax hold? Top pair for Pax. Yeah, I'm with you there. It's so awkward, right? Because the person who flatted probably isn't going to have a hand better than 10s, but they have a huge stack. Do you really want to like get it in pre-flop or re-raise and then have to fold? It's all pretty awkward.
It's an interesting bet by my boy Ruffle. I'm guessing attempting to get some protection from some overcards.
And this run out is favorable to ace jack. Small side pot for the 10s, but a more than double up for Pax, a triple up. Lucian says, Fintan, you're that guy on TikTok that makes videos about poker and football, right? Year of Romania.
Year of Romania. I do make some football videos. I have begun to make some poker videos in the same kind of manner. If anyone has any stories they'd like covered, why is Joe Stapleton? Why is Joe Stapleton? That's a philosophical question.
That is really
Joe, have you
the
ever
only
eaten a
question.
spice bag? I know that we're not allowed to go too much into chatting about the future events of our life because I need to save them for the podcast. But have you ever eaten a spice bag?
Is it like Spraggy eating that really hot potato chip in London?
No, it's the peak of Irish cuisine, only available in the finest establishments in Ireland.
I've never had a spice bag, but it sounds like one of those things that sounds way nicer than it really is. Is it like a sheep's testicle sack full of
No, 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 no,
coriander
no,
or
no, no.
something?
I wouldn't do you dirty like that. When we are not eating
Okay.
bacon and cabbage, we only eat spice bags.
Is this like the time you convinced me that your dad eats a potato at every meal?
My dad does eat potatoes at every meal. I told you that he eats potatoes and cabbage at every meal, and that was a slight lie. But my dad has minimum 6 potatoes per night, and he's been doing that since he was 15. His parents couldn't afford potatoes before he was
still
15.
don't know if this
Serious,
is
dude.
real or
There was there was a famine in Ireland. The potatoes did not become easily accessible until he was 15. But since that night, he has loved potatoes. He doesn't have to eat them in any like particular way, like boiled, roasted, mashed, chips, anything. But at minimum 6.
I made a slow-cooked 8-hour corned beef and cabbage and potatoes on St. Patrick's Day this year, and it was to die for. There was not a bite left. Nines get through. Okay, so Yepanuna is saying that it's fries, spicy fried chicken bites, and vegetables all tossed in the spicy salt and served up in a paper bag.
That is exactly what it is, but now you're making it sound like it's not the finest cuisine that Ireland has to offer.
No, it sounds awesome.
It is. It's the
I'm
most
in.
Americanized meal I think that you'll get in Ireland, but it is fantastic.
No, I'm into it.
I think most people. It's impossible not to like a spice bag.
Is it a new thing? Because I've been to Ireland a few times and I've never heard of it.
Relatively
not, right?
new. Relatively new. I think they
Okay.
really became popular during lockdown and post lockdown. I'm sure you could get
Okay.
them prior to that, but the popularity has certainly increased.
Well, Jacks here have been outflopped by ace-7 in the big blind. Do have a redraw for a diamond. And I guess the old 2-outer as well.
Sorry. This is very, very interesting from Rafflecopter. He is bluffing with his royal flush draw. And let me tell you right now, Songo's going to fold a turn. It's an incredible play by Rafflecopter. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why we picked him to win the 17th anniversary of the Sunday Million and become a millionaire live on stream tonight. What a play.
Wowee.
What a player. It's my boy, Rafflecopter 88.
Do you know Rafflecopter 88 already, or this is a recent your boy situation?
I have been obsessed with Rafflecopter for several minutes.
Okay. Well, we've got the 4-leaf clover. I see that, obviously. That's something that might have drawn your eye. Rafflecopter with the domination rotation here. Pairs the 9. Have you ever in your life had someone write the phrase Rafflecopter to you and you not wanted to kill them?
Listen, the reason why my love for Rafflecopter is so deep is that I explained to James that 2023, the world is run by memes. And this man or
Right.
woman has elected to call themselves Rafflecopter probably many years ago. They were ahead of the game. And they're someone that should be respected with and not messed with.
Well, that 9 is held. That's going to be a sad one for your favorite Paulinho.
Was the card dead that he couldn't make the royal flush, or did I just call? Did he
You
not
just said
need
royal
one card?
flush when he had a Broadway draw and diamond flush draw. That's all. But it was,
Oh.
I don't know.
Hey.
People pointing out mistakes like that just kind of tilts me. Like, who cares? It was. You don't need to comment on it. You don't need to be like, well, excuse me, but how's he gonna make a royal there? Yeah, okay. Sometimes people like make mistakes that have no effect on anything. So just chill out.
Spice bag sounds like something you take before heading to Copperface Jacks. Anyone who's going and eating takeaway before they have a night out is someone I don't want anywhere near me. Takeaway is for the end of the night when you are disgusting and you consume more than one.
I'm with you on
But
that
if
one.
you do
too.
want some more fine Irish establishments, if you intend to go to Copperface Jacks during your visit to the Emerald Isle, I will of course let you know. The kind of places that are spiritual experiences and leave you full of regret. Oh my god! Sorry, Young Dime is all in. That's a big shove. And Dari Poker's obviously not going to be folding.
Nope, this could be the first knockout of the final table. Queens hit an overcard, but not the one that would be a disaster for Dari Poker. There goes Young Diam out in 9th place, $70,700. And we're down to 8. I'm like watching the chat right now. It's like GG, GG, congrats, GG, and then it's like GG, congrats, GG, and then what a punt, GG, 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 congrats. There's always one. 9-10 suited for Songox.
Every player is now guaranteed just shy of $100,000, 98,600. Next pay jump is massive, almost $40,000.
Refn picks up that pot with ace-10 suited. One of James's favorite directors is named Refn. I wonder if did he reference that?
Ooh, I'm gonna say no, but my ability to recall poker hands has been exposed when you ask me about Nick. So my ability to remember names of movie directors might not be the best either.
No, I know. Not for you. 8-7 suited for Refn is going to run to the pocket kings of packs.
Pack's going to hit them with the small re-raise. Orphan might be tempted for this price with 8-7 of spades, but it's not a very fun spot, is it? You got a player re-raise and you have to short stack.
Can you peel here for that re-raise? No?
You can. Don't know whether you should.
Right, sorry.
I'd be
wrong.
I'd be tempted. No,
Thank you for your question.
No. I'd be tempted. Fintan, was that a good shove with King 10? If he had have hit a king, it would have been really good. But as he got eliminated, I guess it wasn't great. I think we need to go back to thinking about poker results orientated. If you,
dude, I've said this for years. If we're not supposed to be results oriented, then why do we keep track of the results? Guess we better delete the Hendon mob because that's all they're doing is showing the results.
Where's your Oktoberfest mug gone? Joe Stapleton had a mug that was bigger than my head. Just taking a swig out of the largest mug that there's ever been in the world. Is it actually Oktoberfest? It must be.
It's from medieval times. I don't know if you know what medieval times is, but
I do. I've seen it. Is that where is medieval times? That feels like it would be an amazing first date. I'm not a fan of people suggesting dinner for a first date. As a married man, not that I'll be going on any more first dates anytime soon, or ever if my wife is watching. Jeez, gotta be careful here. But medieval times seems like an absolutely fantastic first date.
So medieval times flopped a boat here for Rafflecopter. Let's see how this hand plays out. We can talk medieval times for a second.
I think you gotta find a little check here at some point.
There's the check. Refn. Lower grass, excuse me. Sorry, Captain Junior calling for the ace on the river. And there's a 31 million bet, so sizable. Hoping Refn has some piece of this, maybe some spades.
Would be an ill-timed moment to make the hero play, be it a call or even a raise.
Why is everyone freaking out that I said Rafflecopter's hoping his opponent has spades? I'm not sure. I make a lot of mistakes, but I feel like that one is 200 million chips now for Rafflecopter with that fold. Pretty cool. Okay, so Medieval Times, Fintan, I agree with you, would be a cool first date. However, it is not cheap to go there. I took my girlfriend there for her 31st birthday, and it was about like I'd say all in all it's like $150 a piece, probably, maybe more. You know what? Just the tickets were $150, drinks were extra, so it was probably more like a $400 night.
Expensive first date.
Took me 5 years. Took her 5 years to get me to take her to Medieval Times. Pocket tens for Dowry Poker. Yes, they did make you eat with your hands, Nick Walsh TV at Medieval Times. My girlfriend offered me $1,000 to ask them for a fork, and I wouldn't take it because I felt it would be just rude, because they make a big point of it, of telling you that you can't have a fork.
The furthest I've gone in this tournament, Jackie, is final two tables a few times. I believe 11th and 13th or something along those lines. See my boy, Rafflecopter, with the Queen Jack suited.
That's going to get through. Raffle moving up in the world. 209 million, 189 for Dariz in second. Refin is in third with 131, and nobody else over 100 million.
Rafflecopter on a little bit of a heater, picking up plenty of hands.
Yeah, wow. Capitalize.
Interesting spot to be tanking. Officially now our tournament chip leader. Dari Poker. Ooh.
7. Uh-oh. Three bet with the dominated hand. King Queen also dominated here from Dari, but offsuit feels like a bye-bye type of situation.
It's a tough spot to do much, but like given how polarized ORFN is going to be, they're either going to have aces, maybe kings, or a reasonable amount of bluffs. They could click it for a small size. Now, it's not something that you're going to see done very often, and it's easy for me to say it with ORFN sitting there with ace 7. But the bad news for Dari is, even though he has shown a serious set of cojones and has put in the 4th bet pre-flop, Rafflecopter ain't going anywhere. It was indeed from Rafflecopter.
Rafflecopter picking up almost 100 million there. 290 was just at 200, now almost at 300 million. Hi-ya.
Over $250 million chips.
That's nuts. Is there a billion chips in play? Doesn't look like it. Dang, that would be cool. Top pair for Pex and shoves. Trying to protect that top pair. Reffin folds king 9. Soon we're going to see some folds.
Does feel like we're getting somewhat towards a breaking point here. Rafflecopter is hoovering up the vast majority of the pots, meaning that we are starting to have quite a few short stacks. Songo in the big blind, 12 big blinds, Astrid 12, Suffering 6, Paulinho 11. Got a lot going on.
We got to defend here from the 10-6 suited of Songox. Bottom pair good for right now, though, from Dari Poker. 1 heart out there as well. Top pair now for Song. Checks it over to Dari. Probably quite happy to call this 6.6 million chip bet. River card is the king of hearts. Checks again to Dari.
Feels like Dari just shows down. I mean, maybe they attempt to make them fold a 7.
Showdown indeed. Nice pickup there for Song Ox. Or maybe it's someone that's, in charge of approving the music for high school and high school dance and their song okays. Who knows? Nobody knows. Ace 5 suited. Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal. Suffering. Running into pocket 10s and ace queen. Just a call from Dari and Song.
Oh my god, this is a
Shoves
huge pot.
for 68 million. Doesn't think 10s. Doesn't think
I don't
Dari
think
is
10s can
going
fold.
to be very strong here with the flat, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I don't think they're going to be able to fold, are they?
I mean, look, you said you can never fold jacks. 10s is basically jacks. It's the aces
Getting
of
a
the number
massive,
cards.
massive price.
Ryan Simshar says, "Oh my Lanta." I agree. I mean, I think
I just don't see it fold.
Yeah, not only are 10s too strong to fold here, I think also you can convince yourself that you're up against 2 aces, right? That you're up against like something like this. Ace Jack and Ace Queen, Ace 5 and Ace Queen.
Wow.
10s get out of the way.
Oh my god.
Oh, there's a 10 on the flop. Oh, but 10s on the flop would have lost to the full house from Ace Queen. Song OKs, KOs, Suffering in 8th place. Suffering cashes for 98,000. Not exactly a 6-figure score, but that is exactly what everyone else is guaranteed now. $137,000 to the next player eliminated. Song OKs up over 126 million now, taking those chips from Suffering and winning a bit of a side pot, pre-flop side pot from Dari Poker. I guess not really. Yeah, no, that's true. The little not pre-flop side pot, but the dead money from Dari Poker. Excuse me.
Man, I don't know if I would have folded the 10s there, but Dari Poker, a far better poker player than me, so
Yeah.
probably making the right decisions. Rufflecopter obviously going to be raising with the King 10 or FN. You would guess is going to put some chips in. Some of these shorter stacks doubling up right now. The greatest hand in the game for RFN, picking up the jacks. Unfortunately for them, not likely to see much other than raise a fold.
Jacks really are the best, aren't they? Spectre says the ladders are all that matters. Great fold. I wouldn't have been able to fold. Okay, I liked your rhyme at first, right? As far as a poem goes. The ladders are all that matters. Cool. Great. Great fold. I wouldn't have been able to fold. You can't really rhyme fold with fold, in my opinion.
Eminem says you can rhyme anything with anything. You just have to believe.
That's true. He does say that. And he certainly rhymes the same word with the same word. Now everybody follow me and me. I don't want to sing too much.
We are playing for $1 million, but do you know what I only learned about yesterday? That Eminem and Mariah Carey had a beef. Didn't know anything about it. And this song from Mariah Carey to Eminem. Just in case anyone wants any knowledge outside of the poker world. As we see Ruffle opening with the Kings.
I'm pretty interested in that.
Rufflecopter shoving. Songo obviously... Well, I say obviously. It's a Sunday million. I believe Songo is a qualifier. Maybe Songo won't fold, but Rufflecopter putting the chips in.
Songo's in for $20. A $20 qualifier. Good memory there. Speaking of qualifiers, I just got a DM from PokerStars on Twitter, from actual PokerStars, which scared the out of me. Not sure if Statric has done his usual excellent research. In case you're not aware, Rufflecopter 88 qualified through a $2.20 splash satellite, although they are on their second entry. RFN 1986 is a blowout series champion, the $55 no limit hold'em event. And Atradizini, who I've not spoken of much so far, is a W Coupe champ from 2021. Thank you, PokerStars.
Do you know the song Why You So Obsessed With Me by Mariah Carey?
I do not know that song, but I believe you that it is a song by Mariah Carey.
Okay. Is Spraggy still in? Yes. He's on table 2.
You can see him. We'll switch to that table momentarily. Just wait. Action folds around to Ruffle. Nick Walsh got 16th place. C-Switz. We're all heartbroken, but I think we might hear from Nick at some point. Pax declines the Jack 4 under the gun, and we could have a pot here, my babies. Ace 10, the button raise from Reffin. Polino with not a lot of big blinds. I don't know how you divide 4 million into 25. It's 27. It's almost impossible. But the money's going in.
Oh,
it's an ace high
Kings.
flop. Kings assassinated. That'll be the end of Paulinho. Out in 7th place, $137,000. Everyone else ladders up $54,000 from that elimination. Wow. Wow.
What a spot for the aces here, the very next hand. At red, with the aces in the big blind, seeing a raise and a call. For 13 big blinds, I don't really think they can do much other than shove. Maybe they can get a little bit spicy. Seems unlikely to me.
There's the shove from aces. Rafflecopter should be floating on out of here, and so are the sixes. Ace King now for Rafflecopter, up over 305 million. That's right, Cal Barton. There are huge pay jumps. And
Rafflecopter.
10-6. Suited did defend, missed the flop.
It's an interesting decision
try.
to lead this flop.
Nice try, Song. And Raffle has not missed many opportunities to bet. Song cannot handle the heat. Folds. Does fold the worst hand. Raffle up over 320 million now. Vit Volk says, can you please delete Fintan hand from Sunday Million? No, but I can delete you.
Whoa.
You banned.
Whoa. Whoa.
Thank you for your question. He gone. Someone got deleted. Ace-8 for Dorit. Min raises.
Rafflecopter's closing on around half of the chips here, by the way. I called it when he had 2 big blinds and Jack 5 offsuit. And here we are. What a journey it's been.
Oh, we're gonna. Ooh, Pax gets a little sticky on the flop and turns gin.
Not messing around. Top pair all in. Protect it. Don't want to be seeing any scary river cards.
Small blind, big blind. Small blind takes it. Raffle raising Jack 8 suited. King 10 for reffing on the button folds, and another 10-6 in the big blind, this time offsuit. Seven, 6 suited under the gun for Song. Okays. Dari on the button. Shorter than we're used to seeing Dari. Shortest stack out there. Action folds around this hand to Pax, who folds the button. 5-7 suited for Atradazzini. And Song has pocket fours. Is not going to just take a flop. And flops a boat. Look at that.
It's a spot where you can actually be pretty confident that he's going to have the best hand because his opponent's not going to really have pairs.
Cool. Song back over 100 million.
To the people asking why I haven't been streaming as much, it's just been a balancing act since having a child. I will still be streaming a lot during Scoop, but I've tried to be concentrating on making some more offline content and playing some live poker. But still making content, and you'll see me a lot at the Irish Open next week as well. And to Ryan, I do respond to your messages. There you go. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I seen you saying I was handsome in the light. I thought it'd be a little bit narcissistic to just read out that comment, but we can talk about it if you want. Thank you.
Action folds around to Dezzini. Pocket sevens. Raise and take it. And Raffle is going to attempt to steal with 8-3 off and gets away with it. Pocket eights for Dezzini.
Nom 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 nom.
The action has slowed down a little bit, but it's so tough for any player who's not Rafflecopter right now to really put any pressure on.
Yeah, we're about to, in 1 minute, have a blinds increase. And at that point, the big blind's going to be 5 million chips. So it's going to be pretty easy to tell how many big blinds everyone has. And Raffle should be raising, taking this one too. Nice one from A-Dub Jack. Rafflecopter's chip count has done nothing but ascend.
I'm not sure what is going on here with the tank with 2-5 of clubs.
Maybe a disconnect, someone is distracted. Maybe someone rang the doorbell. There we go. Blinds now 2.5 million. 5 million. $20,000 was the starting stack, to put that into perspective, everybody. 5 million is now the big blind. Raise and take it that time for Reffin. Has ace-6 this time. And wisely folds. Dari with queen-8 suited. Just over 10 bigs. Packs with ace-jack suited. Song ace-4 in the small does ditch the dominated hand. Raffle suited, but does not want to make a flush. Epoch
Makes
fail.
a disciplined fold from a big stack. Wouldn't have expected it.
Epoch fail figured it out, Fintan. We should have, to be fair. I'm a little rusty, guys. Not that I was ever that good at this to begin with. Epoch says he was tanking to move to the next blind level on the button.
There we go. There you go.
Another pot for Raffle.
At red, deciding not to shove with 12 big blinds, just going to come in for the raise instead. Dari Poker, who's had a miserable couple of orbits, is not going to be able to do anything with 8 deuce off. James Hartigan is going to be utterly devastated to see what has happened to Dari's stack in his time away when he does return.
Pocket fives. Presto for Songo. Presto Songo. I like that. And poor Dari is getting chipped away.
Nom 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 nom.
It's interesting that Raffle has decided, with all these chips, that their raise size must be a little bit larger. It was raising just a little bit more than 2 big blinds, but all the way up to 3 now. Makes it very tough for people to fight back. Obviously makes the shoves a little bit more profitable as well.
Ace-5 for Refn has gonna run into a much better hand, a much bigger ace. Song with about 20 big blinds decides to just call and flops pretty good here. Second pair in the nut flush draw. Ooh, and gets another bet out of Refn.
Could be tempted to just call in the hope that the spade rolls off and he watches his opponent piling all the chips in. Takes a lot of guts to fire a second bullet here, and I'm not even sure if it'd be too wise. Trips for Songo.
Rokobes saying Songox means Song Gaku from Dragon Ball. Goku, I guess. Hand over. Song picks that one up. Second in chips with 124 million, but right now it's all about the Rafflecopter. 368 million. Everyone guaranteed nearly $200,000 right now. And at this time, I would like to welcome back James Hardigan and introduce Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Absolutely, we're going to break out the quad box, Joey, as we discuss Nick's deep run in the Sunday Million, making the final two tables. 16th place finisher, cashing for 26K plus. Congratulations, Nicholas Walsh.
Thank you very much, guys, and thank you so much for the support, everybody, not just here on stream, which was actually overwhelming, but also, like I said in my video over on Twitter earlier, for all you guys that sent me private messages and stuff. I love you guys very much. That was a pretty sick run. Thank you for your support.
Nick, I guess the bright side here is that you won some money, but not so much money that people can really ask you for any.
I suppose that's a really good point. That's an excellent observation, Joe. I mean, let's talk about what happened, Nick, and I think the key thing to say is even after your elimination, we got down to the final table really quickly. We were down to 9 inside of 90 minutes. It was very quick getting from 44 to 9. But during that 90 minutes, which I'm sure felt like a lifetime to you, you got off to a very good start, won a flip early doors, then had a couple of brutal hands, and then kind of were really in ladder mode. Is that fair analysis?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I knew the 10s was going to be a call 100% of the time. It was a situation where he was one of the big stacks. He was obviously hyper-aggressive. He's shoving into a bunch of people he has covered significantly, putting the ICM handcuffs on. So not only am I going to have the best hand there the majority of the time just against like a normal shoving range, but obviously he can shove hands as weak as, ace-9, ace-8, ace-7 if he really wants to pull like the ultimate ICM sort of like cut-off button shove situation. So it was definitely a call for him to wake up with a hand as strong as that, and for me to actually be flipping for my life was really sweaty. I had a lot of messages from people that were watching the table in real time who were sweating it with me and sort of, echoing that sentiment about how close that was and how that could have gone south right then and there. And then to take two beats after that, the queens obviously was pretty gross. The flip with the king-queen was still a flip, so it's not as bad as it looks, but it was kind of an ugly run out. But yeah, you're right. I was in survival mode, and I think I'm really proud of the way that I played today. Looking back and watching you guys cover it, I was particularly happy to see that Fintan agreed with some of my plays, which is already, is pretty significant, as he's somebody that plays a lot more MTTs than I do. So yeah, I felt good. The only one that I would have changed is maybe the considering calling with the king queen against the maniac to my right, but it still felt like it was a bit wide, given the fact that there were so many players to act behind. And yeah, like Fintan said, I think you're gonna probably find a fold most of the time there anyway.
Yeah, and obviously happy with the result, not just making the final two tables, but also the financial result, which, as we've said a few times, is your biggest online score to date.
It is, yeah, absolutely. No, I'm really pleased with that. And I guess the only sad part, of course, is if I win that flip with ace-king, like you guys saw how quickly it was going to go after that. I really feel like that was probably a final table stack right there if I could have won that one.
Of course.
But, you never know for sure, and I'm just super grateful. And yeah, I've got no hard feelings about it at all. I think it was a really good run. And don't forget, I max late reg that bullet, so it was really a 10 big blind to riches scenario. So wow. I definitely can't complain at all. I ran.
I mean, obviously having played Sunday, having played Monday, having played this evening, I imagine that there's a certain amount of fatigue. But being the trooper that you are and being under contract to PokerStars, here you are, ready to see us through the final table.
I am,
no one more grateful for that.
However, guys,
There we go. This is how we do it.
This is more Nicholas Walsh fashion. Yeah, that's cool. So I brought this. Sorry, carry on with the production, guys. I'm just going to pop this bottle in the background.
I will allow it. I will allow it. I think it's only fair that we allow you to celebrate while working this evening.
Wow.
Congratulations.
But I was going to say, no one is more grateful to see you take over the reins than Fintan, because Fintan, I know you have stuff to be taken care of. You already alluded to the fact that you do have a small child in your home. Again, I would like to say thank you very much for stepping in as a last-minute substitute. I mean it when I say I enjoy spending time in your company. The great news is,
trying to convince me.
No, seriously,
we do
we mean
get
it.
to speak to you again, because you are going to be on next week's podcast, which will be our Irish Poker Open preview show. And then, of course, we will see you in Dublin at the said Irish Open. And hopefully we'll have fun hanging out in Dublin together.
Very much looking forward to it. Thank you very much for having me on. And Nick, congratulations. Enjoy the champagne. Enjoy the rest of the stream. And I will chat to you guys soon. Goodbye.
See you in Dublin.
Thank you very much to Fintan, and action about to resume at the final table of the Sunday Million 17th anniversary. 6 players remaining, all guaranteed more than 191k. $1 million up top. You pop that cork, Nick. Please tell me you've got a glass, though. Please tell me you're not going to drink it out the bottle.
I'm a classy guy. I've got a flute here, of course, for the champers,
Nice.
yes. But yeah, no, I think
What are you going to play a tune?
I can do that too if you want. No, I think there's a chance there might be a hole in my ceiling, though. That came off pretty fast. That was nuts. But on the plus side, guys, I didn't pour the champagne all over my brand new PC that I've been talking about this entire time. So it's a win-win-win, guys. It's a win-win-win.
So this. I saw a lot of commentary on Twitch this evening about whether the new PC has given you the run good, has given you the power, has given you the speed that you needed to crush this MTT and wade your way through this field of 39,500 players. At the very least, I guess the money's paid for it and more.
Well, funny story, I actually played the majority of this Sunday Million from my laptop, so I don't think the PC had anything to do with it after all that was said and done. But yes, no, the new PC is fantastic, and what the new PC has absolutely given me the power to do is to facilitate those streamer showdowns, which went really smoothly. I don't know if you had a chance to pop in, but it looked pretty clean considering it was just a one-computer job. I was really, really proud of that.
No,
You can even play poker on your phone now, I've heard, so you don't even need a PC.
Exactly.
On my Nokia 6100?
Well, no, you can play Snake on that.
Yes.
Cheers, guys. Love you all very much. Thank you, chat. This one's for
Cheers.
you guys.
Yeah, buddy. Congrats.
All I have is some decaffeinated Earl Grey tea, but I will still toast you with that, Nicholas.
That's a James Hardigan classic. I appreciate that, guys. Thank you.
I'm also on the Earl Grey, but this one's caffeinated, so, I'm not driving.
I think if it were, hang on, I'm trying to do the math. It's 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if it were early afternoon, I would still be drinking caffeine to get through the working day, 100%. But my bedtime's approaching, Joey, and Jimmy can't have caffeine this close to bedtime.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It starts to. I'm getting old too.
I understand. Well,
No
guys,
matter how
it's
much
not-
a 4 p.m. coffee sounds good to me these days, I'm really regretting it at midnight when I'm just like
You're right.
tired but can't sleep.
4 p.m. is the cutoff, absolutely. How many of these players did you have the pleasure of meeting at the tables, Nick?
Rafflecopter, yes. RFN, yes. PAX, no. But when I was doing a little bit of digging earlier, I think that PAX's results were the one that were probably the most, shall we say, I don't know how to say it. I think PAX was the one that I was hoping to be on the table with the most. Let's put it that way. But very pleased to see them going deep in this scenario, and will no doubt be their biggest score to date.
Now, sadly, Fintan is no longer here to confirm it, but during the hour that he and I were on together, I said very, very clearly that I believed that Rafflecopter was the firm favourite to take the chip lead and win this, that he was going to get the better of Vladari, and that definitely Rafflecopter was going to emerge victorious this evening. That was my prediction.
No, I think it was the opposite. I think it was Fintan. I'm pretty sure. Dari! Doubles.
Dari gets the double against Rafflecopter, but yeah, it looks like they're really snowballing here. Got a pretty substantial number of chips there.
Yep, still has more than 300 million. Dari hovering around the 20 big blind mark. We're at the 2.5 million, 5 million blind level right now.
Yeah, well, you guys, it won't be the first time I've lost a coin flip for 6 figures, so I guess it hurts less the second time around. It's all good.
If you continue playing this silly game, Nick, it won't be the last.
At least this time, you know, we got some entertainment out of it.
That's true. That's true. It wasn't
content.
just behind closed doors and there was a screenshot taken, you know, in shame about 10 minutes later.
Yeah.
That's true.
Force for ref and folds. Nick, do you think that's James, don't you think that's Nicholas winding reffin with the pocket fours there?
If RFN were the Danish player, I would say yes, but they are Brazilian. Rafflecopter, on the other hand, is Danish. So the flag is not against the right player for that theory to be.
Dang.
Yeah, but I like the idea of Nicholas winding reffin playing on PokerStars.
There's got to be famous people who play that we're just unaware of, that are like anonymous.
Yes. The man who gave us the Pusher trilogy.
Let's just stick with Drive. Everybody knows Drive.
If you haven't seen the Pusher trilogy, I firmly recommend it. It's got Mads Mikkelsen in it. Well, season 2 of the films, anyway.
Just looking at these stacks, guys, I feel like we're definitely going to see some blood pretty quickly here. Rafflecopter seems to be really running away with this one already. And a lot of shorties, a lot of sub-20 big blind stacks floating around there.
What a terrible fold from Dari Poker. Oof, awful.
Does Ace-Jack find a check again? They do. Both players kind of have enough showdown where they're just trying to get there, yeah, and especially on a paired board.
Well, that was weird. What? There's 2 of me! How have I replaced Nick Walsh?
Oh, boy. That's amazing.
What the hell happened there?
Is that just on screen or is that in life? Actually folded around to Dari.
You know what it is,
didn't make enough money to quit.
It's Nick's new supercomputer.
It's not. It's not. This puppy's not even purring over here. That's how asleep it is by the task it's been given to be on this stream. Trust me.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if you'd spilt champagne on the brand new supercomputer, and what it ended up doing is kind of like fritzing and just kind of changing you to me and.
I love it. We're in. We're in. Okay, blind v blind action. Hello. That's one way to play king queen.
The best hand, and Raffle has managed to do this multiple times. It does get the worst hand to fold multiple times. It does protect a little bit. I just wonder, are they going to run into it eventually? I have a question about new computers.
Yep.
So, this PC that I do this on was new to me. I think it was like late 2019 I got it. When I was a kid, when we would get a new computer at home, like they would come out with like a faster chip, like, I don't know, 6 months later, 12 months later, tops, like every year for like 10, 12 years. Does that still happen?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Probably even at a faster rate now, especially with the graphics cards. There's like GTX RX 999, then there's the 2K model, then there's the 2K model OS, and then I'm just making these up, but you know what I mean. It just kind of the list goes on to the point where there's like 4 of
We've
the
got a
same
race.
ones that are almost identical. Sorry.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Pax
And
gets the
that is
double.
going to be a double up for Pax, but Rufflecopter's still playing more than 300 million. Yeah, no, technology continues to advance very, very quickly. And yeah, the PC that you have now, Joe, even if it was top of the range, even if it was top spec in 2019, will now be run of the mill by today's standards.
It still feels new to me.
Aw, that's sweet.
Oh, yeah, you're still special to me, PC.
I mean,
Oh, yeah, my
understandably,
MacBook,
because your MacBook is ancient. I mean, your MacBook still has USB ports. That's how I know it's old.
My MacBook is from 2014.
Yeah.
Wow. So an open from the ace-4 suited. King, Jack, Deuce, pretty nice board to continue on if you choose to do so. That defend in the small blind here, going to be a lot of these suited ace combos that don't connect, going to be forced to fold a bunch. And there you go.
Back in the day when you could still connect things to a Mac without using a multitude of adapters.
Why are people making fun of me for having USB ports? It's not like I said it has a tape drive on it.
No. I think it's a good thing. It annoys the hell out of me that they took away all the connectivity.
Yeah,
as I said, the fact that you have to spend a fortune on dongles and nonsense.
That you want your dongle.
Do we have any Mac experts out there? Because I'm looking to buy a new one and I want someone to tell me what to get.
You want experts or do you want geniuses?
Ooh, I guess a genius.
Yeah.
I mean, as we know, a significant percentage of our fan base works in information technology, so I figured there's going to be someone watching the stream who can give you some solid advice. But also, I think you have to be clear, Joe, on what you want the machine to do. Do you need it for media production, for example, or are you just looking for something to write emails on?
It's emails, we record the podcast, some light video editing, and porn. That's it. Those are the only things I use my laptop for.
I think you could get an entry-level or mid-tier MacBook Pro. I don't think you need anything stronger than that.
Yeah, I would agree with that,
and
too.
again, and I think the size, I think portability. I mean, I have one of the big ones, and it annoys the hell out of me. I'd much rather have... They upsized it, right? Is it 14 now rather than 13-inch, the kind of the smallest one?
I have a 15 currently, so...
I mean, yeah, I'd say the M2 chip MacBook Air is a pretty solid machine, but if you're looking to do kind of video editing, if you need to run OBS and record the podcast, maybe go to the Pro rather than the Air.
Well, hold on here. This says, Iskandar says, Joe, wait a bit. There's going to be new M3 Macs out there by the end of the year.
Yeah, but then the following year there'll be M4s, and the following year there'll be What point do you stop waiting? If you've got a machine that no longer works properly, you need to replace it. And by the way, Ace-4, Ace-3 here.
And also, how light is this video editing, Joe? Do you want to edit anything in 4K? Is that a situation you want to do, or are you just happy in the old 10 at 1080p?
4K now? I don't think I can afford 4K for a laptop. $4,000? That's a lot.
You're killing me, Joe. 4K resolution.
My only resolution is to buy a nice computer.
I think we could be heading to Chopsville, and Nick, I have higher hopes from you than I had for Fintan.
Yeah, absolutely. My only resolution. My only resolution is
By the way,
to drop that song again.
I appreciate there's a lot of people saying you can do better than Apple, and I don't disagree with that. The problem is once you are locked into their ecosystem, it's very, very hard to extricate yourself.
Yeah, I don't like that.
And also, we should keep in mind, I'm an idiot. And Macs are a lot easier for idiots to navigate.
That said, I do think that Windows now is pretty solid operating system. Having There we go. All the money goes in. This is going to be a chop pot. And guys, you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I think 2 out of 3 were pretty solid there.
Oh dear. Okay, mix.
Yeah,
mix,
well, I
mix
think we
review.
all know who the problem was there.
He was too busy playing with his dongle again.
He needs a
Classic.
new computer. Oh, Rufflecopter says sing it, Fintan. Fintan's gone.
Oh, Finty.
Oh, Raffle. I'm glad that Rafflecopter's watching. Shout out to Rafflecopter, by the way. Great name. Great name. Great player. Yeah, there's a shove. Sixes might actually make the call still here, guys. This is definitely getting close, though. All right, fair play. Maybe looking for 8s plus. Seems good, but definitely sixes could consider the call there for that effective stack. Sixes at it again. Daria's gonna be all in here. No doubt about it. Cannot miss this shot. Five's way too strong against the chip leader. Will merit plenty of folds. Do the right thing, Dari. There it is.
Ooh.
Again, Rafflecopter definitely with a hand that could call, but might merit the same fold as in the previous spot. Effective stacks even deeper than in the previous hand.
Does Rufflecopter make the spike call? So much history between these two.
Yeah, both of the spots with sixes is really hard. The ICM implications are very serious, and I can appreciate why they are folding their sixes in both of those spots, especially for the tournament life in the previous hand.
What is Atradazini going to do? This feels like a... Yeah!
Oh yeah, it's a rip.
Get your chips in. Get your chips in. Get your chips in for the lads. So what are we looking at now? A 75k money jump between 6th and 5th. I mean, all of the money jumps now are going to be ludicrous as we go to the 3 million, 6 million blind level. So we have got a couple of 10 big blind stacks, Refn and Atradazini, and Song OKS does not have much more than that.
Got to be tempted here with the suited ace. Probably not fist pumping just yet, but it's definitely getting up there in terms of hands that you might consider putting in. I think ace 7 might be a little bit too wide. Dari will at least want to be putting in an open here, I think, though. One of the reasons why you might want to take ace 6 out in this scenario is if one of the bigger stacks is in position against you where they can 3-bet you really mercilessly and can, try and convince you to fold as one of the middling stacks. Obviously now chipped up. Songox is quite short. Does opt to fold the ace-6 of hearts, though, as well. And I think to be on the safe side, that's probably totally fine. I don't think that's ridiculously tight.
Nice one there for Dazzini.
There we go. Max pressure. Max Raffles. Max Rafflecopters.
Wow, Raffle.
Opens 3x to 18 million. The sailboats for Refn.
Yeah, the 3x open here is so spicy. Really, really, really not allowing to keep. Not that definitely positive effect.
Now we're losing Nick audio-wise.
Sounds like
What have you done,
when
Nicholas?
Wayne tries to order from the donut place in Wayne's World 2, and he's like, "I'll have it and a
Oh, so much praise for Nick's new computer.
Hey, it was fine. It was fine before I got on this stream. It was working absolutely beautifully.
Sounds like you're back.
Man, that's
Are
the
you
thing
sure you didn't
about
get a-
computers that's so... Go ahead.
I was going to say, you shouldn't get a few dribbles of champagne on the microphone.
No, absolutely not. It was a perfect bottle pop. It was clean. Not a drop was spilt.
River wants to know, any PC sponsor you want to shout out?
I wish I had one. That would be fantastic. Is there any people that want to sponsor my next PC? Let me know in the chat.
Am I right in thinking that Wreck-It Robin helped you build it?
Absolutely. And not only did he offer to fly out to Brighton, which he would have done, but we didn't have enough time to actually get him out here. He then sat on a video call, webcams on, to help me assemble it myself for about 12 hours in the days leading up to the Friday when we did the test on stream test.
Wow.
He did that for me too when I got mine, but mine was pretty much already put together. It still took 12 hours, but he told me
with you, it was
where
like
to plug the
it was
cables
like,
in.
So that cable with the 3 pins, Joe, that goes in the back, and then the thing
power.
on the other end you put into a main socket, and then press the button on the front.
I'm like, US what?
Yeah, mine was a bit more crazy.
Ooh, here we go.
Wow, Refn gets it in a dominating situation, holds and doubles, and we see Rufflecopter drop below the 300 million mark. As Refn now has close to 100 million.
Is anyone in really good shape here other than Raffle? No, right? 30 bigs basically for the next biggest stack?
Yeah.
No, hold on. That's not right. 40? 50? 40?
V-Guard says, is Rufflecopter from Denmark or just living there? Oh, I don't know.
I think we all know I'm just going to buy the most expensive computer they have anyway.
I mean, that's one way to do it. That's kind of the route that I went down, Joe. I kind of knew what I wanted from it, but I just to be sure, because I really didn't want this to fail. I just maxed out everything.
Yeah.
I'm a great believer in throwing money at problems.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, 9's still good here, but facing this half-pot bet from Rufflecopter.
Speaking of tax write-offs, can we talk about video games in the next break?
We played some video games last night, Joe. I think we should talk about that.
Yeah, exactly.
I've actually been playing a new video game. I've got some input on that. Oh, gets the 9s to fold the flop. Wow, wow, wee wah.
7s for Refn, folds. 7-5 of clubs for Vlad Dari.
And we've got bottom pair here for a song, but Raffle's really been stealing the pots in these situations. Does Raffle fire again? Does not.
Ooh, ace queen of strawberries for Rufflecopter. Alas alas, nobody else really has a playable hand, and Vlad Dari does not defend the big blind there. Aces for Atradazzini. Opens to 12 million. We got threes in the big blind for Pax. Pax has flopped a gut shot. Straight draw, shoves an Atradazzini, who calls it off. 6 on the turn for the straight, and it holds. Pax eliminates Atradazzini, taking us down to 5 players. Atradazzini, aces
talented.
cracked, and the Brazilian player cashes for $191,603. By the way, we highlighted that we had 4 Brazilians at this final table, 3 of them gone. Suffering out in 8th, Paulinho out in 7th, Atradazzini out in 6th, meaning that Refn is the last remaining Brazilian at this FT. Wow.
Wow. Wow, indeed.
It hurts.
Probably hurt slightly less than that 6 on the river for Nick.
That was one hell of a ride on the river.
Wow, look at this. King Jack does not get there. Michael Hickman vlog game singing origami dancing says the pros and poker professional coaches say to play to move up spots, not fold to move up 1 spot, even if 86K. Agree or disagree? Oh, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, Jack. Pax with Ace King. Ace King suited for Raffle. Everyone, they're working on the Nick sound issue. We know you can only hear Nick in one of your channels right now. We're working on it.
The mic is not associated with my expensive computer. Just to let everyone know.
If you can get Ace King to fold here, pretty solid shove.
Give the cables a wiggle, Nick. Let's see if that does anything.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that does help sometimes.
Classic.
Oh, apparently it's been fixed.
Yeah?
And apparently it was at our end.
Oh!
But we enjoyed putting you through the ringer.
I see, I see. Okay, well, all you people out there insulting my baby PC, my brand new baby, all right? Take it back immediately. Anyway, poker.
Still good to have a wiggle, even if it didn't help.
Three on the button and facing 2 better hands in the blinds. Does fold it.
Well, ace-10 still ahead. Domination situation in Song's favor. We've gone to the turn. And still betting. Pax is not giving up on this pot. And if this goes to showdown,
wow.
Does Pax make a hero call here for half the pot? No.
Very nice, very nice. Songok's calling there. I think they probably knew that they had the best hand going to the river, or at least they thought so. Just wanted to get some of those random pairs to fold with all the overcards that came, so a little bit of a sort of turning their hand into a bluff scenario. Ace Queen suited opening up now. I don't think they're going to get any action. Rafflecopter with the 4-deuce off. Not involved.
Dari getting into some real murky waters here.
Yeah. AKA the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Glad someone was awake. Rufflecopter shoves on the players in the blinds.
Yeah, I mean, Rafflecopter obviously getting in the mix here, getting called a couple times by slightly better hands, but all this pressure amounting in a lot of small pickups, which keeps that stack afloat and puts him in more scenarios to get lucky. And a lot of those spots, honestly, could have gone either way. A lot of 60-40 situations that could have seen some eliminations for Rafflecopter against his opponents. And now Ace-10 might take their option here, guys. This might be the shove. Just folds.
Oh, no.
I mean, fair enough, though. You're looking down at Dari Poker and you're going, this guy is so shallow. Will I let the blinds do their job? I can appreciate the fact that they're taking a slightly tighter route there, but I don't know if you should still maybe be at least calling with Ace-10. I don't know if folding is the right line, but there's a lot going on there. Yes, sir. King-9 suited. The effective all-in.
Yeah, next money jump is 100 grand. And Vladari remains super short. Fewer than 10 big blinds. Unlikely to play 7 deuce suited though. Blind v blind, 7-6 versus 6-3. Song completes the raise from the chip leader. A call.
Ooh, now we have seen Rafflecopter very aggressive in these spots. He's got a gut shot, you guys. He's got a gut shot. You think he's folding to a C-bet? Absolutely not. He might take his option on the turn, though, here. There you go. That's the bet you want to put in. Songok's playing it real snug here, looking at Dari Poker like that's a free ladder right there.
And now Kings.
Forgive Hexar in the chat says, your pride of not being a nit is worth more than 100K. Easy. Take some pride in your poker, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be a nit. It's worth at least 100 grand. Easy.
If you saw my paycheck, you would know my pride is worth a lot less than that.
That's going to my Twitter, buddy. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Got to write that one down, actually. I got to give you credit, too, to be fair. Forgive Hexar. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. It's a good one.
Ace-10 suited for Raffle. Yum, yum.
Meanwhile, we've got the Jack-9 suited opening. The $20 qualifier, Song Ox, making it 13.2. It has been re-raised by Rafflecopter, a 3-bet to 42 million. With the blinds folding, action back on Song, who calls, is the second biggest stack, has flopped an open-ended straight draw. Rafflecopter ahead right now with second pair top kicker. Bigger favorite now, 75% equity. And look at this.
You're just like, I just got a free card. Let me get there, please. And it goes runner, brick.
Song has less than pot behind.
Oh, wow.
Bluffs the river for 66 million. Is this bluff going to get picked off?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. And that is going to see Rafflecopter move over the $500 million chip mark.
Let's go, Rafflecopter. I think if Songox wanted to really sell it, guys, they had to put the rest in there. I don't know if the little 1/3 on the river was enough.
Yeah.
I mean, you get some overcards to fold, right? You don't necessarily, he doesn't necessarily always have a hand as strong as Ace-10, but yeah, unfortunately not good enough to get Ace-10 to fold there, and RFN back in the mix with a raise straight away.
And that pot was obviously huge. It also sees Songox down to 73 million. I mean, we're in a situation where Rafflecopter can legitimately just start open jamming on the whole table now.
Yeah, we've seen it before, James, and I love that stage in the tournament.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
What?
Dari with the opportunity here.
I mean, Dari's going to get the double up. I mean, okay, there's some horrible cards we could see, but we know one ace is folded.
No,
And
I was expecting that
queens.
to go.
Oh, diamonds! No, queens hold. So it kind of feels like the wheels are coming off a little bit for Songox, who now becomes the shortest stack at the final table.
Yeah, I love this stage in the tournament. We got one very capable player with all the chips, and they're just going to start ripping on everyone. RFN knows that sevens is a call here, but they just don't want to risk the ICM. In so many of these situations, they're going to actually find the fold. You're technically supposed to still find a call there, I think, but with 2 players sub 10 big blinds effective, it's just like, such a gross one to take a flip against Queen 9 of Hearts there.
Yeah. I mean, Rufflecopter has got the rest of these players in ICM prison.
Absolutely.
It's such an amazing spot to be in, to not only have this phenomenal chip lead, but for everyone else to be pretty close together all around. Oh my God. Oh, what a horrible spot for Vlad Dari, who picks up 9s when Rufflecopter has 10s. Rufflecopter opening to 12 million, and Vlad, understandably, pulling up the trigger here, the virtual all-in, and will stick the rest in when Rufflecopter shoves on him. I mean, we could see some sickness, of course, but chances are Rufflecopter is going to take out Vlad Dari, is going to take those chips and have a near stranglehold on this tournament.
So last time we saw this player do this, they were tanking so that they would get the button when the blinds went up. Are they really going to use their whole time bank on that move again?
Here we go. 9s into 10s. No 9 on the flop. Or the turn. Or the river. Vlad Dari, the most accomplished, most decorated player at this FT, bows out in 5th place, cashing for 267k. Everyone else has locked up 372k. And look at the chip lead that Rufflecopter has. Look at the advantage this player has at this table.
Yeah, it's really quite substantial.
What a dream.
Oh,
Sunday Million dream.
Yeah, it's the real spin up here.
Was that a helicopter joke?
Queen 7 can definitely call here. Does make the call. King 5 at risk.
Pair of 5.
Queen will
but
do
the
it.
Queen on the river. And there goes the qualifier. Song Ox in for $20. Out in 4th place for $372,317.79. And I endorse this strategy by Rufflecopter.
It's
just
begun.
shove on the other 2 now.
It's begun. It has begun, ladies and gentlemen. The absolute ripperino. Every hand now, just put it in. If it's not 7 deuce off.
The blinds have gone up. This is perfect for Rufflecopter. What timing. Now you've got a 7 million big blind. It's a fake blind level. I don't acknowledge its existence.
Oh. Okay. Now, see, I really like that fold there, right? Because there's a huge difference between him shoving any 2, or like close to any 2, and then just start making loose calls where you're doubling people up needlessly. And I don't think ace deuce off is good enough to make the call there. But top 3, you guys, everyone guaranteed at least $500,000 now. This is gorgeous.
Yeah.
But look at this from Rufflecopter's perspective. Not only are you in a commanding position to get the win and take the $1 million first prize, but the power you have with $220,000 separating 3rd and 2nd. The pressure that you can put on the other 2 players right now is insane.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely go to town. It's so hard for them to fight back when there's such a significant pay jump. It's almost $250,000 between 2nd and 3rd here. That's a lot of money, you guys. Hey, you guys, remember that one time I almost made it on this final table? Do you remember that one time?
Yes.
I remember it. I remember it like it was like it was today.
Oh, damn.
Oh man, this is so cool. Nick, I hope this isn't too hard to watch. Knowing everyone's guaranteed $500,000 now, and you are only 13 spots from this.
Yeah, I was. I think that coin flip was worth at least 6 figures for me. I have to be, if I'm honest. I feel like we were at least going to get there.
Ooh.
But, oh, hello.
Okie dokie.
Okay, well this is it. Nice little spot here for aces. You can really do whatever you want at this stage.
Click.
Just click it.
Click.
Oh, it's so hard for RFN not to take the bait here, though, given the way things.
Just
have been
fold.
going.
Make him look like a jerk and fold.
Oh, I like the call, though. He obviously smells a little bit of It's a little bit fishy, and then he gets away on the flop. That's actually very nice considering that setup. Oh man, love it. Love it when we get to the
call.
stage.
Pax is live. Pax, you're live. You got live cards. Pax.
All right.
Ooh, sevens for
That's an all
Refn.
in. Yep.
And
got-
gets
he's
shoved
gotta
on by
call.
the ace-5.
He's got to call this time.
And
100%.
is in a great spot to double up here if sevens hold. And they are. And
GL
sevens
Refn.
are good. So Refn now with 100 million, and that changes the dynamic slightly. Oh, good game, Pax.
Oh,
Wow.
God.
Yeah. GG Pax. I mean, this is
Oh,
gonna be
what?
a huge score for Pax, though, you guys. Huge score.
He just said GL to you, Refn, and you limped the aces. You son of a gun.
So here we go with Pax bowing out in third place and cashing for just over $500,000. We are heads up in the Sunday Million 17th anniversary. It is Rufflecopter 88 playing from Denmark versus Refn 1986 playing from Brazil. Both players in on their second bullet. Huge chip discrepancy right now. Massive advantage for Rufflecopter as we go heads up. Rufflecopter, a player with more than $775,000 in PokerStars earnings, has a 7th place finish in a WCUP event back in 2010. And then for Refn, 320k in stars earnings. And as you referenced earlier on, Joe, that blowout series win back in 2021 was worth 33k, that $55 event.
Oh, guys.
Refn all in. Needs a king.
Oh.
And hits it.
Oh!
Wow.
Refn gets the river and doubles up.
Oh!
That was
That
spicy.
wasn't nothing.
That was
No,
spicy.
it wasn't. That gives Refn a stack to play with now.
Big shove with king deuce off there. There's a lot of chips.
Wow, I mean, if that river had been a brick, we'd be done for the night.
Unreal.
I mean, obviously, I don't know how this is going to play out, but for Rufflecopter, how sick is that king on the river? One card away from $1 million.
Yeah, not just that, though, James, as well. Just an absolute cleanup, right? Just no trouble at all. Just knocking them down one at a time.
Job's a good one.
Yeah, just the sweetest final table ever. No sweat whatsoever.
Oh, hello.
I've found the dynamic of this game really interesting. The fact that, as we referenced a short while ago, the play from 44 down to the final table was very quick, 90 minutes or less. And then played nine-handed for a decent period of time, then went through an hour where we saw maybe 2 or 3 eliminations. And this last kind of section, last kind of 30 minutes has been really dramatic, really fast and furious, nearly over in that hand. But now these guys have stacks where they could really grind this out. And with 20-minute blinds, this thing could go the distance.
Yeah, a bit of a weird ISO size here from Rufflecopter, though, as well. They're still, like, 25-ish or more big blind effective. And I think Rufflecopter has a really small ISO here. It was almost a min ISO from out of position with the ace-4 off. Ace-4 off not particularly well known for its fantastic playability either, so obviously a bit of a tricky one to play. Rather get the fold pre-flop with a larger size, I think.
Top pair versus a flush draw. And obviously we were speculating earlier on about the possibility of deal discussions. If Refn draws nearer to ruffle cop to stack. If things start to even out, I wonder if either of these players will entertain it as a concept.
Sure. I mean,
That's
it's
a good
a
question.
big jump, isn't it, guys? Huge jump there to try and chop. Okay.
Inconsequential Barry.
2 checks and a take it. So already RFN down to 163 million. Still over 20 big blinds though. RFN does not want to defend that deuce, but does get to showdown successfully.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, picks up the nut flush draw on the turn. Right now, pair of 4 still ahead.
Such a significant turn though, Joe, as you... Oh, Boyd. Lots of outs, and that's one of them. Top pair now. Barry on the river for RFN.
Consequential Barry.
That was absolutely a consequential Greenstein. That one resulted in a change in the outcome of the hand.
Very nice. Check, check on the flop. RFN improves into 2 pair. Rafflecopter taking the jack high and turning it into a bluff now.
2, 3, 5, 6. Ace, okay. Well, well, well.
7's all in.
At 200 million is shipping 7s still the play? I know I would. I don't like playing post flop in general, let alone heads up. Diamond, diamond, diamond flop. King Hyman on the diamond is the best hand to bet and take it for RFN. Pocket 8s now for Reffin. Will we see another pre-flop shove over the top of the button open? Will we see the button open with 10-6 off? Seems like probably.
It's a little bit on the deeper side here. I think once there's a raise, you're fine just to shove the 8s though, Joe. I think that's fine. If there was a limp, I think probably what you want to do is raise not all in a little bit more often, just because 8s and 9s start to play a lot better than like 7s and 6s where you probably just want to be shipping more. Question in the chat
Top pair here.
Sorry, Joe.
Yep.
Williams in the chat says, Nick, did you stream your run? I did not, because of course I didn't want to combat with this beautiful production that you're watching right now, but I have recorded my run from my perspective. We will be sharing that at some point on my YouTube channel, or do some work with Stars
buddy.
to produce that into something.
Are you gonna do that as highlights,
you spoke
Nick,
the whole time.
or are you going?
So sort of, Joe. At the start of it, I explained that this wasn't a real stream, and this is just being recorded as a stream. And if I'm not paying attention, at some point I was just listening to you guys on the stream, so I was kind of not. I wasn't really paying attention at all.
That was what I was going to ask, is whether you will just release it unedited or whether it will just be highlights.
I think it probably wants to be highlights, because there's a lot of, it's not a particularly long highlight, so it wouldn't take long to do, and I think it's better that way anyway, because there's lots of me just kind of staring off into the distance and considering my life choices when I get queens cracked by King Jack, that kind of thing. But that's what the people want to see, so I understand that.
Oh God, yeah, the people love the pain.
They love the pain. No, it's all right. I held it down very well. I smiled nice. I was only crying and screaming internally, so it wasn't as exciting.
When James cries, he just says he has a dodgy contact lens.
Well, pair of sevens still good for Roffelcopter, who retains the chip lead and still has better than a 2-1 advantage, but not quite the advantage that they once had.
Yeah, speaking of a changed dynamic, I feel like now that RFN found that lucky double with the king deuce off, I feel like they've definitely slowed a bit. The snowball has lost some momentum here from the perspective of our chip leader.
Feels like there might be other spots you'd need your time bank here.
He's probably got something in his contacts, Joe.
Ah, yeah, good point.
Yeah, dodgy contact lens. All right. Ooh, nice flop for 10-8 of spades.
Heck to the yes. Nice turn. For the 10-8 of spades. As long as that jack doesn't hit the river. The offsuit jack.
And it doesn't. And it doesn't.
See, again, I think at this stack depth, you are supposed to have quite a few more min raises. I appreciate the limping strategy as we get more shallow, but we're still over 30 big blinds effective. And what we find is, you know, between 50 and 30 and even deeper, we just have tons and tons and tons of min raises because it's much harder for our opponents to sort of 3-bet jam and push us out of the pot a little bit more aggressively than when we get shallower. Therefore, we have to have more limps than when we get sub 25. You know, seeing a limp with Jack 10 I think is fine. I don't think that's a bad way to play it at 30, but I think that generally speaking, I'm seeing a lot of hands that could be played as a min raise, just played more passively now that we've seen the double up from RFN. Yeah, Jack 10 going nowhere, sir. You must be kidding me. Never folded before in his life.
For once, I'm seeing a comment on YouTube about deals that I actually can sort of believe. Frosty Nug Farms, who is someone we know, I believe they won their way to the PSPC, Platinum Pass holder, said if I was in the spot, I would not entertain a deal. I'd be super happy with second place pay. If I lost, would want to try for the 7-figure score. That I actually can buy, as opposed to a lot of the people who are saying, I would never make a deal, I would never do this. That makes sense to me. You're like, I got $750,000 and maybe I'll win $1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair analysis.
Yeah, I can totally get behind that for sure. There's definitely a number at some point when you're like, ah, fuck it. We'll just go for the quarter. It's all good.
I'm happy, yeah.
You can tell he's been on the Moet, can't you?
I was hoping it got by. I wasn't going to say anything.
Me too, Joe. Me too.
All spades, including...
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
And there is an ace on the desk. Yeah, I mean, considering that this is a $215 buy-in event, the amount of money these guys are guaranteed is just ridiculous.
Time bank is depleting by the hand here, though.
Yeah.
Not sure what Ruffle Copper is waiting for in these situations. Quite a few pretty clear spots.
They're probably shopping for jet skis in the other window.
I'd love that to be true.
That's what I would be doing. I'd be like, sorry, I'm sorry for the holdup. I'm just trying to decide which decals to get on my new motorboat.
Joe, if you want a jet ski, you'd go in the store and the guy would be like, do you want like a rack for that? You know, what is it called? Do you want like a trailer for that so you can transport it? You're like, no, I'm just gonna put it in the pool behind my house. It'll just live there. That's fine.
Exactly. I don't. Who needs a train? Can you just deliver it?
Yeah. Could you just put it straight in the pool? That's great. Thanks. We're just gonna chuff around there. It's gonna be great.
Well, we have hit the break, and we are heads up in the Sunday Million 17th anniversary, and it is Ruffle Cop to 88 from Denmark who retains the advantage, but not quite the advantage they once had. It's 504 million playing the 285 million of RFN 1986 from Brazil. The heads-up battle continues on the other side of this 5-minute break, and as promised, Joe, it's an opportunity for you to write off video games against tax by talking about what you've been playing recently. Last night we did squad up, we did play a bit of PUBG. We got a chicken dinner, Nick, and Joe got the final kill of the game.
Hey, congratulations. Whenever you get one of those, it feels really good. How frequently out of like 100 games do you guys think you actually, win a battle royale?
As a squad,
Sure.
I'd say it's like 1 in 3 or 1 in 4.
Wow, that's very good.
It's a pretty decent success rate, but Joe isn't normally with us because obviously the time difference doesn't always work in his favor. So normally there's 3 of us and a another, and often the a another kind of carries us to a certain degree. I'm not saying that Joe is dead weight. I'm just saying that we didn't quite have the same dynamic that we normally did. So to win without assistance made it even more special.
I'm not dead weight, but I'm not very good either. So, and also there's like a huge learning curve because I'll go months without playing it. So I'm like, what does this do? What's this button do again? Because I don't get a chance to play with the homies that much. I have to play single player games, which I'm just going to talk about real quick so I can write them off on my taxes. Weird West is a game that I played recently. It was really fun. Like an overhead, top-down sort of twin-stick shooter with some RPG elements. That's what I like. And I just bought Resident Evil 4, the remake, which I was a little bit sort of feeling stupid about because I paid $60 at GameStop for it. And I've already owned Resident Evil 4 at least 2 other times on 2 other systems. But for what I understand, it's worth it. I haven't played it yet. I haven't had the chance. I did PUBG yesterday instead, but I'm really looking forward to playing the new Resident Evil. Super stoked for that.
My top tip to Joe is to stop filling up his bag with ammunition for a gun he doesn't have. So you're very good at just picking up random stuff and then realizing you have like 300 rounds of 7.62 millimeter when both your guns take 5.56 millimeter.
I like the clicky noise it makes when I pick it up.
So, I mean, obviously, Nick, we're a couple of Egypts who are playing on consoles. I'm assuming that this new super duper PC you've had is running like ridiculously complicated games with like 8K graphics.
It is, yeah, it is. And actually, I sort of said to Robin when he was helping me to construct it that I just wanted to get like a super modern game that just is like needlessly powerful and like graphics intensive to test it. And I wasn't let down. So I got myself a copy of Hogwarts Legacy, which is like ridiculously new, and you can turn it up as high or as low as you want in order to make it function on your system, and it's meant to be good because it ports over to, PlayStations and stuff like that too. So I plugged it in and I downloaded it and I set running, and it went, we're gonna check your systems to check what's optimal for your setup. And when it came back and it ran its little test, it set everything to ultra, and I was the happiest boy ever. Ultra settings across the board, ray tracing.
That's a
on
great
max.
feeling.
I was unbelievable, and I have to tell you, okay, when I walked into the Great Hall for the first time, I almost cried. It was absolutely stunning. The reflection on the stone, the water is gorgeous. I was so happy. The next test is to buy Warhammer Total War and then just turn up everything to max. So there's like literally 800,000 people, like soldiers on the ground, and they're all individually animated with absolutely lossless compression and all the graphics on full. It's very, very exciting. I can't wait to give that a shot.
That's cool.
Yeah.
That does sound very, very exciting. It kind of feels that when you do a stream now, you're kind of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut to a certain degree. What are you using, like 0.01% CPU?
That was actually it, guys. It was funny. So James was with me a couple of Fridays ago when we were testing out the Streamer Showdown to see if I could run it on a sole PC, because we thought maybe it was a bit too much for one computer. And they went, all right, Nick, seems to be pretty smooth. Can you check your CPU usage? And I looked down in the corner. It was 0.1% CPU usage.
Wow.
To record, and then play back the same recording, and then play a delayed video, and then put that on top. It was a whole bunch of moving components that would melt any other PC. My computer's like, I didn't even realize you turned me on.
Can we
Incredible
ask
stuff.
what that
So-
computer cost, by the way?
It was about £4,500.
I'm not being funny. I thought you were going to say a lot more.
It was only that cheap because Robin helped me source everything, and I constructed it myself. If it was actually
Right.
built, it would have been way
I was
more.
going to say,
But also, because it was you'll know about this, Joe, because it was a business expense, I get all my VAT back. So just 20%, knock that off the $4,500 right there. Easy game. No sweat at all. It's a
I thought
bargain.
we were going to be talking closer to 10 than to 5. But talking of 10s,
Pounds?
Refn here with 10s in the big blind, re-raises after the open from Rafflecopter.
Oh, wait. It's we're
The gap is
we're better
closing.
than two. Yeah.
The gap is closing. No longer a 2-1 advantage for Rafflecopter as we continue. Blinds going up inside of a minute, by the way. We'll go to 4 million, 8 million, which I endorse. That is a legitimate blind level. Rafflecopter with the best hand here. And here we go.
Copter
New
goes.
blind level.
Yeah.
The
3-4-5-6. Straight draw. That's straight draws for both players.
Yeah, the 7 would spell disaster here
Oh.
for Jack 4.
7 would be dirty.
Be very dirty. I think a call is good.
No.
Ooh, that's not the pair that you want to make, James. That's not the one you want to make. It's very, very
No.
difficult to play now correctly. Although I think it's probably a turn where we're going to see 2 checks regardless. Oh, hello. A little bit of a blocker bet here. 1/3-ish pot. That'll do it. That'll do it.
Knowing when to hold them and knowing when to fold them.
Yeah, quite a cool move there actually from RFN. Just goes, yeah, I realize this isn't a great turn for me, but it might be really bad for my opponent's C betting range. So, I'm just going to put in a little bet to see if he hates it. And indeed, he did.
Kings and 4s for Rafflecopter. Huge favourite in this pot and has Refn betting into them.
It's quite a chunky
Yeah, other than
C-bet
that
size.
one miracle flop and river that had a massive double up for RFN, I do think that the card distribution has favored Rafflecopter, not just in the heads up, but in the all of the time leading up to it. Just tons of great starting hands that Raffle could raise with impunity, fire multiple streets, even when they missed. and also was able to. It never ran into it either. So, you know, things may. Oh, deal. Raffle says deal.
Yep,
Question
you
mark.
guys
Question
called it.
mark. Yeah, I mean, we said if the stacks start getting a little bit more even, I figured someone might float the concept, but just because Rufflecopter's asked the question doesn't mean that A, Refn will respond, or B, that Refn will respond positively to the idea.
I want Refn to say something really bad boy now. Just come out with something really like mic drop.
I won't million.
Yeah, that would be pretty mic drop. Thanks,
I'm
man.
going to assume that's
Thanks,
a no.
man, but. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. What if he said, thanks, man, sorry, but my family's worth 30 million?
He said, thanks, man, but I want to play. So we play on. No deal.
No deal. Man, that's it's hard for there not to be like all sorts of weight associated with that statement, right? Like you want to take it at face value. Thanks, man, but I want to play. But man, there's a million ways to read into that, and none of them, and they're all like really, really heavy.
You mean like, I want to play against you?
Yes. I know I'm a dog right now, chip stack wise, but I think I can still beat you. Like, it's just there's a lot being said there.
Telling you, the flex Nelly is the way to go. Sorry, but my family's worth 30 million. I don't care about 250,000. It's the only way.
It's incredible how RFN has closed this gap. Ace-10 versus Queen-Jack.
Ace-high doing just fine. What if the R in RFN stands for Rafflecopter?
Rafflecopter
now.
Nation. Rafflecopter Nation. Hashtag Cringe Nation. Oh, the ace-high call, baby. Let's go.
Wow. Yeah, Ruffles made some good hero calls as well. Oh, the dominated 6. Great laydown.
Like to see a steal here with the Queen 3 of spades. Prefers the limp. Okay, got shots for Rafflecopter. No check raise, just opts for the check call.
I just need to quickly help someone out as we see this hand go to the river, and RFN has the best of it. Bet of 17 million. And...
Oh, so let's see the Queen High hero
And-
call.
I'd be impressed. I would be impressed. No. Just want to help out Dre, who says, thanks, James. Going to check out Pusher this evening. Just want to be clear, guys. There was an English language remake of Pusher from the last 5 years. That's not the film I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Danish original with Kim Bodnia and Mads Mikkelsen, directed by Nicholas Winding Refn. So please don't watch the English language remake.
Is it all kooky and out there like Only God Forgives and Neon Demon? Or
No,
is it...
no. No,
Okay.
it's kind of it's a gritty drama about drug dealers on the streets of Copenhagen.
The mean streets of
The
Copenhagen.
mean streets of Copenhagen.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Ace on ace. And you said it's a trilogy?
Yes. With each film focusing on a different character.
So RFN here could flat. Sometimes we do see people getting weird with the ace deuce off as like a limp raise, having that blocker in hand. The full half pots continuation from Wafflecopter. This is a really big size in an ISO pot. They are slightly deeper than before though.
Sailboats.
James, Sealord is asking what is the name of the Pusher movie?
It's called Pusher.
So-
Thank you for your question.
Not to be confused with Jumper, where they teleport all around the world with their magic powers.
Wasn't
Jumper,
Hayden
for some reason,
Christensen in that?
Yeah, they left the second E out of Jumper too. Is JMPR. JUMPR. Or JMPR. I'm not sure which one. It was not great.
Yeah, Samuel L. Jackson as well was this like witch hunter guy who like trapped them with like electrical wires and stuff. It was weird. It's very strange.
Eight, 7 versus 6s. Unconventional flip. The limp from Rufflecopter, the raise from RFN.
You can defend 8-7 here. That's fine. It's definitely acceptable to limp call that hand there if you think your opponent is decent.
Deuces versus 10-8.
There we go. Mixing it
Limp,
up.
raise, and call, and top pair here for Rufflecopter.
And you might be kind of hopeful. Look at that 25 million chip, huh?
Oh, nice.
Just the one. Beautiful.
Piece of candy.
I bet one chip.
Oh!
Oh!
No.
Deuce on the turn, a set for RFN, and Rufflecopter drawing dead.
No.
Where's
no,
Griffin
no,
when you
no,
need
no,
him?
no. Oh my god, that is so sick on the turn here.
Ducks fly together.
Oh, you're never gonna put your opponent on deuces given the way this hand was played either. The float on this flop is very, very ambitious. I mean, speaking of ambition, guys, turning a set, that's about, you've ambition accomplished.
57.6 million into 100 million. Rufflecopter still with top pair. 3 clubs on board.
Oh!
Jams the turn, gets called. 2 pair on the river, not enough. And there is the reversal. There is the change that we were expecting / waiting for, as RFN takes control now with 541,000. 2-1 advantage over Rufflecopter.
Huh. That was something.
And RFN now favorite in this heads-up battle.
A lot of people in chat would have said they were the favorite before that happened. I'm kind of surprised to see how many people were in RFN's corner, even with the big chip deficit, but now everything is coming up riffing. And do we think Raffle will tilt after something like that? It's 2 double ups in this heads-up match going the way of
Yeah,
Refn.
absolutely. And the big switcheroo now with Refn holding the chip lead, having the advantage. As we continue at the 4 million, 8 million blind level. Blind's not going up for another 8 minutes.
So minimum should be a defend here from the 9-7 versus the steal. Yep.
Oh, hello.
Okay.
Manages to fade the club, and Raffle with a little more incentive to stay in the hand now.
Ruffles got showdown now. Obviously a nice draw as well. Don't know if you want to bet turn though and risk getting check raised or something like that, where you know you've got really good equity even if you're not winning immediately. No improvement though. RFN's looking good to win this one unless Rafflecopter finds a bluff, which seems unlikely given the fact that they have a pair in hand.
I mean, going back to the start of this heads-up battle, when RFN spiked that king, and we said, Rafflecopter 1 card away from winning the million. And at that point, still had the huge chip advantage, and you still kind of felt, well, he's probably still going to win, just not in this particular hand. And now you realize that victory slipped away at that moment, and now how the chip dynamic has changed. God, that hand is going to come back to haunt him.
Yeah.
As RFN increases their chip advantage. 7s versus ace-4. And 7s are holding on a king-jack-6 flop.
Can't be loving this board. Well, loving the fold, though. Okie dokie.
Hearts.
4, 5, 6, 7. 4 hearts. King high.
And no heart, but it is a 10 on the river, giving RFN the advantage.
And RFN not only has the advantage, but has the biggest stack that's anyone's had so far, right? We haven't seen anyone get this close to 600.
No, when they first got heads up, Rafflecopter was over 600 million.
Okay.
Remember the first hand, I think it was the hand where the king hit the river, RFN like doubled up from like 50, 60 million to 120 million.
Okay.
I mean, at the start of heads up, it
So
didn't look like it
long
was going
ago.
to last that long. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, pair of 9s here for Rafflecopter. Bet 16 million on the flop, and RFN folds.
Okay, limping again.
Oh boy.
It's a big flop for King 6. RFN also connecting with the top pair here. There will be at least some exchange of chips at some point for sure.
Oh,
Oh,
my
wow.
word. I mean,
Wow.
I know it's going to result in a chop, but what a save.
That
What a
is
miracle river for RFN.
Miracle save. Absolute miracle.
Well, guys,
I got it this time. I'm ready.
I'm glad. Because I'm guessing this is going to get checked back. No. Well, look, guys, it's a chop pot. And you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
RFN now with queens. Rufflecopter with ace-9. Raises to 16 million. RFN, such a strong holding. Re-raises to 56. Does Rufflecopter go with this ace, Nick?
I don't know. I probably wouldn't, but he's gonna go for it.
He does. And RFN makes the call, and this could be it. No ace on the flop or the turn or the river. It's over. And we have our winner of the Sunday Million 17th anniversary. Despite being at a serious chip disadvantage when they got heads up, RFN 1986 had one double up, then a huge double up, took the chip lead and closed it out shortly afterwards, winning the first prize of $1 million. Congratulations to Rufflecopter 88, who gets second place prize money, just over $723,000. And yeah, as I just referenced, Nick, after RFN got that chip lead, you kind of felt that it wasn't going to take long. I kind of felt that there was no way back for Rufflecopter. The cards didn't help at that stage, though.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There really felt like there was a bit of a mojo shift. There was a bit of a dynamic change. And like you said, he's going to look back at that hand and go, hey, do you remember that one time I was on with nines against King Deuce and the guy river the king and I could have won $1 million? I think up until that point it was very, very dominant. As you said, he definitely had some nice hands to go as well. But yeah, there you go. It went the wrong way in the end. And actually, kudos to RFN for sticking around and not taking the deal. That's $250,000 in his pocket right there. That's a huge, huge score.
Congratulations to Brazil. RFN cashing for a 7-figure score. And Joe, I would like to make it clear, at no point did I think Rufflecopter was going to win. Early on, I said I didn't think he was going to close it out. It was Fintan who predicted Rufflecopter for the win, so we have proved that Fintan knows nothing this evening.
I do remember that. I do remember Fintan saying, I mean, you're not wrong. He did say Rufflecopter was his guy, and unfortunately, second's only the first loser, right?
Obviously, the big headline is RFN 1986 winning, but the sub-headline is Nick making the final two tables. Oh, so close, but also great result, buddy. 26K. You continue drinking that champagne. You deserve it. And thank you for hopping on stream immediately afterwards, and I guess being able to get some form of closure by seeing this thing through to the winning moment.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, guys, again, shout out to you. It's all for you guys. If you haven't watched my video over on the Twitter, I really mean every word I said. I just am so blessed and grateful to be a part of this community. And if it wasn't for you guys, honestly, I probably wouldn't be playing tournaments full stop. But I really feel like I'm coming around to them, and I feel like I'm starting to get the hang of them. And hopefully today is one of more to come. So I really appreciate it, guys. And thank you for the support here in the booth as well, guys. I love you guys.
Not at all. And of course, the Sunday Million anniversary only comes around once a year, but the Sunday Million is a weekly tournament, and there will be another Sunday Million stream next Monday, which Nick's going to be looking after. Joe, we've got a podcast record tomorrow with Steve Albini. That show will be out on Thursday. And the three of us, just over a week, I guess, until we go to Dublin, and we are going to be streaming 4 days of the Irish Poker Open over the Easter weekend, Good Friday through to Easter Monday. I'm looking forward to it. This is a tournament with a lot of heritage, a lot of legacy. It's the longest running No Limit Hold'em tournament in Dublin. I know you're excited about it, Joe.
I'm super excited about it, and I'm going to – there's more that will come in the coming days of the podcast, but we got a few tricks up our sleeves for Dublin. So it's going to be different than our usual streams, trust me.
Okay, so you got podcasts coming your way. You got YouTube videos from Nick coming your way. You've got a Sunday Million stream next week. You've got the Irish Open next week. Lots of good stuff coming up on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. But for now, from Fintan, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from the PokerStars Arena.